What's up? Welcome, friends. New listener, well, welcome. Alright, it's pinned up there, y'all. Y'all's is new true crime channel called Saturn Soul. Go check it out. Y'allins. Yinzes. Yinzies. How was the gym today? Oh, I fucked up my back last week, and it's still fucked up. So, all right, that's my welcome to 35. But it's getting better. It's getting better, but it's like definitely slow. Oh shit! 1 second. Ugh. Like I actually can't. It's kind of funny. Like I actually can't even twerk. Jeremiah Larkin with the $50 right out the freaking gate. Thank you, Jeremiah. My God. Yeah, I can't. I'm throwing it back. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe I twerked a little too close to the sun. But am I lying down flat? No, I mean I can stand. It's just one of those things where I'm fairly certain it's just like a minor, like herniated disc, where it's like once you get all the muscles around it like nice and relaxed, it's like I can tell like the pain sort of originates from some sort of like isolated area within like the sacral lumbar, like lower back spine area, and I'm just like, fuck me, man. Yeah, thank you again, Jeremiah. Thank you. Good to see you, dude. What's happening? And Sarah R, thank you for the 2, says, hey, from my 6-year-old son, Iggy, lifelong listener. Hello, Iggy. And thank you, friends. Thanks for listening. I broke my twerk muscle, yeah. I pulled it. Shaking my ass. Forgive my language. Oh shit, but have I gotten an x-ray yet? Yeah, I'm not sure. I do think like an MRI of sorts would give me a better indication exactly to what happened, but I mean even in that scenario, it's like, what can you really do other than just like treat it yourself, take it easy till like the swelling goes down? Because I really think that's what happened, is that like it was this weird combination of like, on the previous Friday I had done like running plus like box jumps, which is just such a freaking stupid idea. And then a few days after that I had like work done as far as like myofascial release, and then I think I'm pretty sure my like hip flexors were just like way too loose going into the next workout, which was like running. And then I just like basically didn't have a lot of stabilization there and that kind of thing. Hey Sarah. And Amy, thank you for the gifter too. Kevin Gomez. Obama. It's been a while. Doing good, dude. Yep, new channel. We're gonna be doing true crime, basically taking the true crime that you hear on the channel, written by Sam Riding, and translating that into well-edited, oiled machines of videos over on Saturn Soul. It's a little hard to find the channel if you just type it in, so I will do a promo. I did a community post and I did a promo. Well, obviously up here in the pinned thing, but I'll do a promo tomorrow on tomorrow's video and just keep it linked in like until we build up a number of subscribers at it that it can be, obviously easily more accessible. Yeah, I do. I do need to change my 9-volt. Can't wait to start watching and listening. I almost died when I heard you on Mr. Ballin. Yeah, dude. New episode is out. Jesus, new episode of that is out as well. A twist of history every Wednesday. We got a lot going on. A lot to be excited about lately. It's pretty cool that, you know, twist of history, no sleep podcast. You know, I'm narrating on there. So, you know, new true crime channel. Like lots of stuff to get excited about. Your 7-year-old is watching KMK true crime videos right now, but she'll like yours more. Yeah, maybe. That'd be cool to check out. 7 years old, starting on true crime. I mean, I guess that makes sense. When I was younger, I was fascinated by much of the macabre. And it's not like there's anything visual on there that would be harmful to the eyes. I like how you list the channel and it's going to be human voiced. Yeah, just because I assume like with new people finding it, like you kind of have to like let them know out the gate. Because the channel is sort of like heavily based off of the stylings of like Scary Interesting. I just looked at that channel. I was like, that's what I need to do for my true crime channel. And so a lot of the titles and a lot of the thumbnails are going to be quite similar. Obviously the editing's going to be done by Robin Mikalsen and you know, Enact and his girlfriend. They're working as a team. So it's cool. We're gonna be doing like every other Tuesday or something like that. How's my day been? My day's been good though. It's been busy. I got a lot of shit to do and it's tough to keep up with honestly lately, but I don't know. I kind of like it that way. And but yeah, making recovery. The big thing right now is just making that recovery on the back, because it's really weird, dude. Like getting up in the morning and like feeling like a prisoner in your own body is like a very odd. Obviously, it's an exaggeration, but in many ways, like just being so limited, on just like what you do, you know, and how like trying to bend over is like sends a shock wave through your back, and it's like somebody zapping you with a zap gun being like, nope, can't do that. Nope, can't do that either. Nope, can't do, you know, and I get it. It's like the body's like trying to encapsulate and let you know to take it easy, which is good. But I know I definitely need a new body soon. A little frustrating. It's just that this is like a new style of injury, if that makes sense. It'll balance itself out. It always does. Hope your recovery speed too, not exaggeration, is not what you're used to, so you're limited. Yeah, exactly. I just like, I don't know. I've had like injuries, I guess, within like the glute or like sciatic area, but never quite isolated to like a herniated disc. So, and who knows, maybe I have in the past and I just never realized it. You're at the gym at 6 a.m. It's hard. It is hard, yeah, but do the hard thing. The hard thing is much more satisfying than eating donuts and dying of diabetes. The perks of getting old. It hits deep in the 30s. Yeah, it's weird, dude. I thought like, oh, I'm doing really well for 35, and then suddenly I was like, maybe it was just God letting me know, like, oh, not so fast, buddy. You are mortal, a mortal being of sorts. Everyone who subscribes to Saturn Soul will be turned into an epic hero characters in upcoming members videos. So it is written, so it shall be done. Thank you, Sam. Yeah, guys, be sure to... We got Sam's Substack included in all of the Saturn Soul videos, so please do go follow him there and subscribe, because he is the master of disaster when it comes to writing up true crime. I drive 6.5 hours twice a week. I only listen to you on my trips. It's been 6 months. I hope to never run out of videos. You should be good. We got like 1,000 at this point. And if you run out, just reset. It's all downhill. You know, maybe, but I don't know. We'll switch it up. I think I might switch it up, you know? Stick to, like, I'm never doing a CrossFit workout again. Fuck all that shit. Dude, that sucks. I broke my neck a while back, and I know that quick shock of pain. I hope you have a quick revive. Thank you. I hope you do too. And just such a weird... Yeah, I don't know. I'm definitely thankful. Like, I thought to myself, it's like, Jesus Christ. I'm like, this is how I feel with just this limited injury. I can't imagine being one of those people who get into like a terrible, terrible car accident, or, you know, I don't know, you're Xavier from X-Men, you get shot in the spine, and you got to go through surgery and all that shit. I don't know. Just sounds like hell. I should be a DJ. Welcome back to Daddy Reed's playlist. What's up, Kaya? Do you vet your stories? Are majority actually true? Yeah, I go to their house and I make sure. I look into their eyes and I say, "This happened to you?" And they always say yes. Ever broke their neck? I hope you're doing well. It sounds like a living hell. Yeah, I can't. Even if it's just like a compression fracture or something like that. Like, that's just fucking terrifying. What's up, Jeremy? Jeremy, I got your email. Thank you so much for that. I'm gonna be digging through those soon. Alright, well, yeah, fuck it. Let's just get right into it. We got, on top of the new channel, the new true crime channel called Saturn Soul, we have... Also, that's like loud. Is that loud? That background music? I don't even know. We got scary movie theater stories. Pretty freaking sweet. I did the row machine in the gym today, currently sending this from the grave. Nice, dude. Dude, yeah, I've known people, yeah, you can just like do the rowing machine until you're 100 years old, you know? It's just like one of those great full body cardio machines. So, what's behind the new channel name? I don't know, man. It's just been in my head for a while. And I'm like, that sounds like a good YouTube channel name. Why are some videos other people? It throws me off for a loop when I hear another voice. Other people. Oh, maybe you're talking about older videos. I haven't really done a collaboration in quite some time, but yeah, and that's kind of why, because some people don't really like hearing. Why make a new channel? You know, just to like really put a spotlight on on the true crime stuff, because it's like, I've included the true crime in like my scary stories, but so many people like leave comments saying like, I don't like the third person stories, which is basically them saying they don't like the true crime or they don't like the documentary stuff. So I'm like, well, we can take them, and we've got like over 300, write-ups on that at this point. So I'm like, fuck it, dude, let's get some sick ass editing going and see if we can make a whole nother channel out of it, that focuses on that. Do I like crazy bread? That sounds familiar. I don't know if I've ever had it. Babylon Rose, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. Joel, would you be up for some crazy Southern stories that sound so ridiculous they sound fake but are real? Hell yeah, dude, send them in. Let's read submissions at gmail.com. Hasn't this been a true crime channel all along? I guess technically yes. Technically yes, but now they've each individual case will have its own individual video, and yeah, I don't know, that'll be the thing. Okay, anyways, thanks for being here, guys. Click like, click share, click whatever you want. Appreciate you. We're gonna jump right into these. Are the videos going to be longer ones or stay around the 13 to 14 minute mark? I think, yeah, they're honestly going to be between ranges of like 8 minutes to like 17 minutes, so it's definitely a lot more digestible content overall since they're just solo stories. But I tried to do like a Let's Read clip channel at one point, and that just really didn't take off because, the background stuff was just basically gameplay, right? You know what I mean? So it just didn't really offer what you would anticipate per se. These have been some pretty busy days. Do you email people back and let them know their story's going up? I usually don't, no. It's sort of just like, thanks. Probably should, honestly. Oh yeah, the one stretch that really helped me with my like back issue was like going up to the sink and you grab it and then you just literally lean back and like pull away from it, or just like, and something about that, I could feel like something like clunk. Yeah, the OnlyFans is coming soon. But I like felt something like clunk in my spine, you know, and it kind of does it almost every time. But that definitely took a lot of pressure off or like decompressed the lumbar a little bit. My lumbar. Andrew Batts with the 5 says, all my Google Play points are from these super chats for this channel. I got over 1,300 points. Interesting. Oh, they come from the super chats. Yeah, what do you get to do anything with the Google Play points, or do you just get to use them on music or something? How to hurt my back. Yeah, so like, long story short, it was CrossFit. But it was like basically doing high impact like box jumps, because I'm kind of like a ninja with it when it comes to box jumps, but I knew I should not be. I should have taken my time, which is the complete opposite of CrossFit, and basically jump up, jump down. That was a Friday. You get to Tuesday, I had like myofascial like massage release work done on the hip flexors. I think that made me way too loose going into the Wednesday workout, and then it was jogging, and then I just like had a really sore calf from like the jogging, and it was just something that transferred up the line to my back, and basically like a back that wasn't activated essentially because of the massage, and then and the big dildo up my ass, you know, from that. And then yeah, it's something got herniated, something got pulled. I have no fucking clue, but it sucks. But we're getting better, so it's good. CrossFit is nuts. CrossFit is nuts. CrossFit is a dumb idea. Like, think about this. When you think about working out, you think about what? Bodybuilding, strength, and like cardio. And imagine if someone just said like, was like you were doing a set of like biceps and someone was like, do that 5 times faster and don't control yourself and whatever, you know what I mean? So you're just like always in a position of you're just compromised in every like position you do, because you're trying to do it as fast as possible, and it's just a silly injury prone thing. And that's why like everybody at the toppity tip that does it is obviously in the 1% of like genetics as well, but then also they're on steroids, so fuck them. What's the benefit of that? I mean, it's objectively speaking, CrossFit is like circuit training. You're doing like lifts very quick, going from movement to movement, so like technically it's a great way to burn fat or burn through energy quickly. But at the same time, I'll be honest with you, like, dude, just fucking watch your diet, do some sprints, you know, on a bike or a fucking up a hill, and then just stick to your typical like resistance training process with like controlled movements, because it's just not worth injuring yourself. It is very imbalanced. I'm a soul survivor, yeah. Teeth Grinder, thank you for subbing. Appreciate you, dude. My PT sessions have always ended with a back rub, ice, and electrostimulation. That does sound nice. CrossFit is basically working out if you went on a coke binge and went 3 days straight in an action movie training montage and then decided that's a sport. It literally is, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point they add like bungee jumping to their competitions. And the worst part was like somebody in the CrossFit like professional thing, I think it was this past year or the 2 years ago, they had like a swim. But like normally in a triathlon, people start out with the swim, right? You do the swim and then you go into a bike, or maybe you do the swim, you go into a run and then a bike or something like that. But they had the swim at the end, and then some dude had some sort of cardiac event, or like, long story short, he drowned. And like, the dude died. He was like a young, like 27-year-old dude, you know, great shape. And they even had like lifeguards right near him who were like staring directly at him, and just I don't think they anticipated anybody to actually drown that day, and he's dead, so that fucking sucks. His name was Sean, and I met him on Tinder. I won't say it was love at first sight. It took a bit of cajoling from him to get me to agree to a date. He wasn't really my type. Kinda looked like he loved himself, a tall and buff guy. I'm usually into slightly pudgier guys who... Oh, you don't... Oh, it was like an interruption thing. I'm usually into slightly pudgier guys who... Well, I'm sure you don't care about that. But trust me, fellas, women who like normal guys are out there. And Sean won me over with a sense of humor, his smooth talking, and his absolute geekery. I'm a big Marvel fan, or, well, I was back then anyway, and I went to all the movies in the theater on opening weekend whenever possible. I was also really big into horror, especially the Conjuring universe, so Sean eventually won me over by inviting me to go with him to see The Nun. Hey, the movies are a pretty easy place for a first date. If it's going badly, you can just sort of shift away in your seat and ignore the other person for the duration of the film. He picked me up at a nearby Starbucks. I don't give random Tinder dates your address. Oops, that was not. Dad bods. The dadliest bod. I ran a mile in a little under 6 minutes. That's good, man. That's really good. Oh yeah, sorry. He picked me up at a nearby Starbucks. Don't give random Tinder dates your address, people. And we drove to the theater. And honestly, he was great. Really charming, fun, and generally a good time. He knew his movies too. A nerd in a sort of cute way, which is basically just to say that he's a nerd. Now the one problem was, he was fairly pessimistic about the prospects for The Nun. I'll give him this. He ended up being right. Man, that movie sucked. And let's not even mention the sequel, but this isn't about that. Sean was certain that the first movie was going to suck, even though we were going on opening night, and he was promising me that he had something in mind that would make the experience way more memorable, quote unquote. Well, here we go. I was thinking. He's going to make sure that we get seats in the back row, and I'm going to be in for an evening of dodging make-out attempts and groping hands. Still, I wasn't too dissuaded by the former, at least. If only that's what Sean... Sorry, man. Still, I wasn't too dissuaded by the former, at least. If only that's what Sean had planned, though. We grabbed our tickets and some popcorn and even a hot dog. Sean was against the idea of buying a drink, though. According to him, needing to leave the theater to use the bathroom ruined any movie. Sure, I guess I could buy that. I couldn't buy that at all, bro. You're eating a hot dog and popcorn. You're like... And you're not going to drink anything? Tora Books with the 2 says, would you ever narrate smexy dark romance books? Yeah, probably at some point, honestly. Once I get fired from YouTube. Hey, do another last photos talk about the disappearance of Jermaine Charlo, say it like Charlo, and Ashley Loring heavy runner. Okay. That's a good question, a Harlequin novel. Yeah, I'm sure at some point, there will be a OnlyFans of sorts with, like, smut readings. I mean, that's kind of unavoidable in the world of wanting to make money. Of course, how do you promote that? I don't think you're allowed to promote an OnlyFans on, Not allowed to, I don't think you're allowed to promote that on YouTube, right? Hot dog and popcorn, no drink. What kind of sick, demented mentality? Exactly, bro. You're literally gonna die. Especially the popcorn covered in like salt and salty butter and dry ass. Does Let's Read fix the story grammar? Is everyone really good at writing? I'll have people go through story. Basically, I have people go through my email and pick the stories, and then they go through and do like grammar runs on it before they submit them to me in like a compilation of like a specific topic that they themselves have found, or ones that are requested, and they can keyword search and all that kind of stuff. But it's a little bit of a process, and it's definitely like a non-stop sort of like factory. But YouTube constantly gives me ads for boobtastic games, so why draw the line at OnlyFans? It's a good point. I mean, honestly, I did like this sort of like strange idea that like social media sites like just shouldn't do things at this point is just kind of like, who fucking cares? I almost feel like sometimes people like strategically keep things within a realm of like taboo just so they feel good about themselves. Good evening, Joel in chat. What's shaking? What's up, Kylie? There was a YouTube ad going around for a Smexy type thing. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. What's up, Lemonhead and Odin? Podcast new channel. When do you breathe? I don't, bro. I legitimately don't. That's what's kind of like been tough to keep up with, because I don't know, and I feel bad. I'm like 100% at some point going to like let someone down that has an expectation of me. But I'm trying to stay afloat with this big set of nuts hanging. You're starting true crime to support Jules new show. Yeah, thank you. Get out there and produce me some content. I'm just kidding. There's a lot of dark romance girlies who would pay for that on OnlyFans, plus they follow their favorite narrator to books they read. That'd be interesting. Andrew with the 2 says, straddle large zucchini for $6 per video. Oh, see, that might actually be the best way to do it, is like just take direct requests, and limit the word count so it can just be like quick and boom, shala, boom, boom. I don't know how. Someone would have to bring me like a business plan, I got all cozy in bed, excited for these stories tonight. Well, welcome. You like the background music? Good. Yeah, me too. It's peaceful. There's also a little like dripply drop. You'll hear it at some point that like hits, that Simon put into the music. Like, bloop, and it sounds really good. According to him, needing to leave the theater to use the bathroom ruined any movie. And I guess I could buy that. I mean, it seemed kind of psychotic. I mean, if I missed a key scene in The Dark Knight, alright, I don't know. I don't know how to reason around this. I mean, I guess I could buy that. I did miss a key scene in The Dark Knight thanks to a bathroom break, but it is a bit psychotic with salty popcorn. And sure enough, when he let us into the theater, he shitted directly on the floor. And sure enough, when he let us into the theater, he headed straight for the back row. We'd arrived very early for the showing, and it was one of those small-town theaters where you just kind of chose whatever seats were available. He led us down the aisle of the back row until we were basically in the middle looking down at the screen. It was a prime spot, in fairness, and I was fine with the seating arrangement. And we sat there, making small talk, laughing at the ads, and then watching the trailers quietly look Jesus. Do you use candles, Joel? I do like candles. I think they smell good. Like, I really enjoy the ones like there's like a cashmere wood one that I really like. But at the same time, like, candles to me, they like burn out so fast, right? You leave them, you forget about them, they're a fire hazard, that kind of thing. And so I get the same scent, but I get it in those like sort of time-released sprays that you can plug into the wall and stuff. Who knows, maybe that's like even worse of a fire hazard, but... A candle warmer. See, that's a good idea too. I remember I had something like that. I had like a candle warmer or what did I have? I had something where like basically it was like layers of like different candles eventually piled on top of each other in like a candle sedimentary rock type situation. It was pretty sweet. Do they ever startle me at night? What, the sprayers? I don't think so. I feel like I can never hear them. We sat there, making small talk, laughing at the ads, and then watching the trailers quietly like good moviegoers. Dude, I can't make it through the sentence. I don't know why. At least you know how to go into the next Final Destination sequel. Yeah. With a big hot dog. No drink. We sat there, making small talk, laughing at the ads, and then watching the trailers quietly like good moviegoers should. Then the lights dimmed. Sean finished his hot dog, and he positioned the popcorn between us, and our hands brushed a couple of times as we shared the salted goodness. And I even felt a bit of a spark there. The movie started off not too bad. I was kind of enjoying it, honestly. Thaisa... Oh my god. Thaisa... I don't know how to say this name. Davis Wall with the 5s. The Paranormal Stuff is my favorite. Joel is the bestest, baddest, assessist. Thank you, Davis. I do need to bring back the paranormal here at some point. I've got them like so many on backlog. I get like nervous because like the channel's just been getting like less views, so I'm just like afraid. I'm getting afraid. Thaisa Farmiga. What a name. Where is she from? Is that someone from... What movie are they seeing? The Nun? The movie started off not too bad. I was kind of enjoying it, honestly. Thaisa Farmiga can win me over very easily. But Sean, however, was not enjoying it. He kept nudging me, making whispered comments about how crappy it was and how it could use some extra scares. I mostly just ignored him because, honestly, I was enjoying it and I wasn't going to pretend otherwise. And then he told me to look down. At the same time, I felt something prodding into my side. Sean was sitting on my left, and other than an elderly couple at the end of the row on the right, we had the whole line to ourselves. I looked down. Sean was holding the biggest hunting knife I had ever seen, and the tip of it was very slightly pressed into my side. I remember his words like it was yesterday. Move, or call for help, or do anything, and the blade goes in. He said, just keep watching the movie. And so we did. And throughout, he kept making goofy remarks and joking comments as if he didn't have a huge knife held against me. And I was absolutely trembling, terrified and speechless with fear almost. At times I had to stifle back sobs as I replied to his inane jibes at the movie. And at this point I had no idea if he had lost his mind in anger, if he'd... What the fuck? This story just got pretty good. Chanting stab. Everybody in the theater is chanting stab. Stab, stab, stab. Have you guys ever been to a theater that had like steak? I remember there was like, I remember going to one in California or something. I think it was new whenever I went to like VidCon, and there was like a touch screen or something that they would bring around, and you could order like really good food, beer, all sorts of shit. The theaters around here, I mean, they have snacks and stuff, but never like an actual like restaurant type thing. A whole popcorn bucket full of steak would be funny. Downtown San Diego. Yeah, it was Anaheim, so it was like kind of near what the heck's it called? Disney World or Disneyland. What's up, Snow? Did I already say hi? Yeah, I can only imagine how messy that would get. It's like spill your beer and your like greasy ass steak all over your khakis. Fuck. At this point, I had no idea if he'd lose his mind in anger if I disagreed with him calling the movie garbage or something. I mean, it kinda was, and it got worse as it went on, but obviously I didn't really care at that point. And at that point I was just begging for it to be over. Scenarios were running through my head. What would happen when the credits rolled? Would he expect us to just walk out like nothing had happened? Would I be getting a blade to the gut? I understood now why he'd forbidden us from getting a soda. Not only could it have required me to get up, but it would have improved the chances of me actually pissing myself in fear. I genuinely cannot express to you the terror of sitting there for 90 minutes with a blade gently pushing into the soft flesh of my stomach. I wanted to ask him what the plan was. I wanted it to do. What did it do? Why did it do? I wanted to do something. I knew if I called out for help, he'd be able to gut me before I could even receive so much as a look of concern from fellow. Do I prefer khakis or jeans? I guess it just depends on how cold it is. We'll just meet in the middle with some jorts. Jorts with zip-up cargo pockets, where I can keep my snacks, keep my tater tots. This is why people gotta do MMA. Yeah, I remember that move in MMA where you tighten your abs so tight a knife can't even get through. I did actually see a video where it's like, why do I work out? And then it was this dude who like was shot by some thing outside of his gym, and because he had done back day or something that day and his muscles were so tight, the bullet actually got lodged in his muscle and like saved his life. And I was like, hell yeah, dude. Some Johnny Bravo shit. 10 tots, 10 total tater tots. Give me your tots. I knew if I called out for help, he'd be able to gut me before I could receive so much as a look of concern from fellow moviegoers. Then, blessedly finally, and then, thank God, the movie was over. We sat there for a moment, and the credits were rolling, and the knife was still pressing into me. The theater lights went up, and that's when I saw it. It was a literal prop knife. Now, before you think I'm some idiot, it was a professional level movie prop, I'll be honest. He must have paid top dollar for it, and I could only tell because in the light I could see the official Rob Zombie's Halloween movie branding on the handle. I guess it explained how it held it. I guess it explained how he held it steady enough that it felt like it could penetrate me at any moment, but never did. And Sean was grinning at me like he'd just given me the world's best treat. There. Didn't make a terrible movie one hell of... Wait. What the fuck? There. Didn't I make a shitty movie one... There. Didn't I make a terrible movie a hell of a lot scarier? He said. When he saw the absolute murderous rage on my face. When he saw the absolute murderous rage on my face, I could tell he was genuinely surprised. This idiot, this absolute moron, idiot, jackass, had genuinely believed that just because I was a horror fan, I'd be excited and grateful at him because... God damn it. It's a long sentence. Anybody get hit by the big storm? Definitely there was a huge storm earlier. I wonder how, did it cover like the whole of the United States or something? Do a set of stories on Bigfoot? I would like to do that. That'd honestly be great. It's been a while since we've had straight Bigfoot stuff. This idiot, this moron, idiot, jackass had genuinely believed that just because I was a horror fan, I'd be delighted and grateful at him causing me one of the worst hours of my entire life. I can't remember exactly what I said, but I know it was far too obscene to share on this channel, and I also know it resulted in me throwing the rest of the popcorn straight in his smug, idiot face. and most of it was still untouched due to me fearing for my life. I stormed straight out of cotton underwear, candy underwear. Can you eat both of them? I guess you can eat one if you're a moth. I stormed straight out of that movie theater, told the manager, who was a friend of mine, and I stormed straight out of that movie theater, told the manager, who was a friend of mine, and obviously was advised to call the cops. There was barely a charge in response, something to do with causing undue stress, but due to the stupid way the laws worked at the time, the low lighting didn't make the charge worse, and the fact that it was an obvious toy made it harder to push for anything more serious. I did make sure to press charges, but he ended up getting off with some slap on the wrist. Thankfully, a very sympathetic judge granted me a restraining order, not that I think I had any danger of hearing from Sean again, but in his eyes, I was the crazy, hysterical woman who couldn't handle being a proper... And in his eyes, I was the crazy, hysterical woman who couldn't handle being an actual horror fan, all because I wasn't cool with having spent that entire... Jesus fuck. All because I wasn't cool with having to spend the duration of that movie thinking that I was going to get stabbed to death. And so, Sean, screw you. I hope the possessed doll of Annabelle eats you in your sleep. I just drove from Philly to Erie and got rocked by 3 bands of that storm. Yeah, bro, that shit was insane. And it kept coming in like waves. It was like, flash flood warning. Flash flood warning. Am I Bigfoot? I am, yeah. Have you seen the Bigfoot vlogs? That's me. Can I say goodnight to E? Goodnight, E. Didn't I collab with Mr. Ballin? Where is it? So it's called, it's a podcast. It's called A Twist of History. And it's a history podcast that you can find anywhere you listen to podcasts. This happened many years ago now. It must have been 1997 because I was at a showing of Scream with my then girlfriend, and it was just past New Year's. The movie had been showing for a few weeks at this point, so it wasn't a very busy showing. Perfect for a date night with a girl like Jennifer. And she often reacted to scary movies by getting handsy and grabby-holdy of me, if you know what I mean. And I'd learned some time ago that horror movies were a great way to get a bit of extra affection. Now, what can I say? We were first-year college students. Of course, we'd find any excuse to get our hands all over each other. And we weren't the only 2 people at the showing of Scream that night who would be making a lot of physical contact, although of course we just didn't know that yet. Now we got some popcorn, we got some soda, tickets were clipped and seats were taken, trailers were watched, as they are. And Drew Barrymore got grilled on her favorite scary movie. Wait, what? Got grilled? Oh, right. And Drew Barrymore got grilled on her favorite scary movie. You know the scene. Everyone's seen the original Scream by now. And things started kicking off during that scene where Randy, Billy, and Stu were in the video rental store. And so if you're one of the 3 people who hasn't seen the original Scream, it's a bit meta. It deconstructs the slasher movie genre a lot, and one character in particular, Randy, he's the narrative vehicle for doing all of that. I don't remember the exact details. I was making out with the girl at the time and actually failing. Favorite kernel flavor. I wish they would figure out how to make popcorn kernels more tasty, so you could just drink them way at the bottom of the bucket. Or you could take them home and grow your own popcorn bush. You're gonna see the 28 Years Later movie this weekend? Is that when it comes out? This weekend? Fuck yeah, dude. I'm definitely gonna see that. That'd probably be the first time I go to the movie theater in forever. Did you see what was on your doorbell footage? Dude, okay, so it frustrated me. So I was going back through it, and it said, well, first off, because I didn't have a subscription to it or whatever it is, I wasn't able to like look back at old shit. And so I thought, okay, well, I'll get a subscription so I can like actually access that. And then you do it, and then even though it has like a marking or notification on when it did go through or whenever there were activity, it says that all the old stuff, because I didn't have a subscription at that time, I can't access it. So in context, somebody, I assume somebody, because it's like couldn't have been the wind, took my like video doorbell thing, pulled it, like, because it kind of goes down in and like clicks, right? But somebody, I assume a person, like lifted it up out of the clicking position and then just like let it hang off of, like pulled away with like the wires that are attached to it that, you know, create the electricity to the doorbell or whatever. And I don't know, it's very odd. Like, I can't imagine who would like have the time to just like go up. Well, yeah, now I have a subscription or whatever, but it was just like the fact that I can't go back and look at the old shit. Move. Yeah, let's just move. Let's burn the whole place down. Southern Sass, thank you very much. Appreciate you. Yeah, well, how many subs are we at now? Can I even click on it? Oh, there we go. Sweet. Holy shit, we're at 664 subscribers, so that's good. At least we'll be visible. I know the only thing that might upset some people is the fact that they've heard the true crime on this channel before, but I guess you can just think of it as like early access or something, and I don't know. Hopefully we just like are able to reach a larger audience, which will make me filled with great pleasure. Make a compound and make the Butterstock call it real. I would, but honestly, can you imagine how much of a headache that would be? Everybody be coming up to me like, the air conditioning doesn't work, and the one outhouse has a fucking snake in it, and it smells like poop, and that guy over there is kind of a rapist, and it's just like, oh my god. I'm done dealing with all of you. And then I would run away. I'd run away and start a new YouTube channel, a Let's Play YouTube channel. Why the name Saturn Soul? I don't know. I have no idea. It just felt right. It's a great name. Thank you. Yeah, it felt just very... Yeah, and the alliteration. Yeah. S's are good. Yeah, we need more S's in this world. I'll take care of it. All you gotta do is speak sweet whispers in her ears. That's true. Orgies every night. I don't remember the exact details. I was making out with the girl at the time. Wait. Oh, yeah. I don't remember the exact details. I was making out with my girl at the time and failing to pay attention too much to the bits where people were getting murdered. Fuck. I don't remember the exact details. I was making out with my girl at the time and failing to pay it. I don't know why I can't, like, flow with the story at all. Jesus Christ. Because it's a lot of, like, I mean, it's fine. Should make Saturn Soul merch available. I'm sure we will at some point. I don't remember the... Man, I don't know. You can't find it. It's actually pinned at the top of... It's pinned at the top of this video, or in the chat here, so you should be able to access it there. The only problem is that it doesn't have a lot, you know what I mean, like a ton of subscribers yet, so it's going to take a while before it really registers when you search it on YouPoop. I don't remember, man. I don't remember the exact details. I was making out with my girl at the time and failing to pay too much attention to the bits where people weren't getting murdered. But a person who was a few rows ahead of ours really didn't agree with something Randy said about the rules of horror movies. So much so, in fact, that he yelled out his disagreement at the screen. Now you gotta remember, this is back in the 1990s, and back then, keeping your damn mouth shut was normal etiquette in movie theaters. Outside of very specific, obviously intended moments, you didn't just yell at movies, and you certainly don't provide angry, nerdy commentary to nobody in particular because you disagreed with the writer. And this guy did, and we'll just call him Mitchell, although I have absolutely no idea what his name was, of course. God fucking damn it. Well, this guy did, and we'll just call him Mitchell, although I have absolutely no idea what his name was, of course. He started yelling and hooting about the integrity of the horror genre, all this stupid stuff like the character in the movie. I'm sorry, I just can't fucking make it through one of these sentences. I'm getting worse as time goes on, it's honestly bad. How often we post on Saturn Soul? It's gonna probably be like every other week, just to keep up with like editing, but as we get more and more edits, maybe we'll be able to do weekly, honestly, as the channel does better. Yeah, that's the thing, is like sometimes stories just like don't have cadence to them, and it's not that the cadence is bad, it's just like it's hard to, like this one, just like this guy did, period, and then we'll call him Mitchell, although I don't know, it's honest, it's not a big deal, it's just that I'm dry reading it, you know what I mean? Going in dry. Well, this guy did, and we'll just call him Mitchell, although I have absolutely no idea what his name was, of course. He started yelling and hooting about the integrity of the horror genre, like the character in the movie had just pissed in his grandmother's mouth or something. And that's when the guy next to him started screaming too. Like I said, it was... And we're just gonna take the... I don't fucking understand. Oh my god. Jensen, for a little background, I'm over here stroking my dick. I got lotion on my shit. I'm a freak, man. Like, for real. Just for some context. Jensen's a freak, man. For real. He started yelling and hooting about the integrity of the horror genre, like the character in the movie had just peed in his grandmother's mouth. And that's when the guy next to him started screaming too. And like I said, it was a pretty empty movie theater. These two guys had been sitting next to each other, so I assumed they were together, but later found out that no, they were strangers who decided they absolutely had to stick... Ugh, fuck me, I just want to... I so badly just want to find a fucking rhythm. So badly. Like I said, it was a pretty empty movie theater. These two guys had been sitting next to each other, so I assumed they were together, but later found out that no, they were strangers who decided they had absolute... Oh my god. Why is this so... It's like a 9 fucking sentence. Like I said, it was an empty movie theater. These two guys had been sitting next to each other, so I assumed they were together. But I later found out that no, they were strangers who decided they absolutely had to stick to their assigned seats instead of sitting anywhere they wanted in the... I don't even know what the fuck this is trying to say. Like, I gotta, like, edit this. This is fucking annoying as shit. These two guys have been sitting next to each other, so I assumed they were together. Okay, period. Period. Fuck's sake. But I later found out that no, they were strangers who decided they absolutely had to stick to their assigned seats instead of sitting anywhere they wanted in the theater. Okay, sorry. I don't know why, like... it made it seem like that was going to be a big deal, but then it was like saying absolutely, sticking to your assigned seat, like but then it's not a big deal. Sorry, fuck me. These two guys have been sitting next to each other, so I assumed they were together, but later found out that no, they were strangers who decided they absolutely had to stick to their assigned seats instead of sitting anywhere they wanted in the theater. The second guy, who I'll just call Steve, he wasn't screaming at the movie though. Steve was screaming at Mitchell for screaming at the movie. I don't remember the exact exchange, but I remember it went enough that... I don't remember the exact exchange, but I remember it well enough that I can make parts of it up for impact. Stuff like, "Dude, it's just a movie. Sit the F down and shut the F up," Steve yelled. Now, I should note at this point, Mitchell was still sitting down. He was just kind of flailing his fists around and being very animated. "Are you listening to this?" Mitchell yelled back at Steve, gesturing to the screen and then to Steve and then to the mostly empty movie theater. Jennifer had grabbed my arm and was kind of cowering down in her seat, hoping that we wouldn't get noticed by these weirdos. "I'm trying to listen to the movie," Steve said, and this seemed to calm Mitchell down for a few minutes. Then something else and Scream set him off. God knows what it was, but I'd stopped paying attention. This time, though, Mitchell really did stand up and started yelling at the screen like the characters could fully hear him and react to him. He was actually genuinely offended at... Joel would rewrite my entire story. No, it's not a big deal. It's just, it's tough to catch like grammar shit, you know, before it goes like live, and it's better to just do it now and fuck up a million times than just it not sounding good. I've seen a video saying if they had a banjo, they'd be unstoppable. I have both a banjo and a banjulel. So what am I? Is this a riddle? Would I date a skinless woman? Am I doing... I don't know. I don't even know what you're asking. They are like two guys in the Muppet Show. That's funny. He was actually genuinely offended at some point. Oh my god. He was actually genuinely offended at some opinion that one of the characters had about horror movies. Now, don't get me wrong. He wasn't delusional. He knew that there was a screenwriter speaking through the characters. He knew Wes Craven had directed the movie, so a lot of his ire was directed at poor old Wes. Now, rest in peace to the big man, one of the best horror directors of our time, by the way. He was still alive at the time of the story, obviously, and Mitchell was very angry at him for his disrespect of the horror genre. And I've never seen anyone behave so stupidly or obviously... Holy shit, I cannot fucking... It's just like so many like side thoughts like included in one fucking like little... like paragraph. It's fucking tough to keep up with. Like, I understand like the vibe they're going for, but it's just like, it's like, what the fuck are they saying? It's so informal. Now, don't get me wrong, he wasn't delusional. He knew that there was a writer speaking through the characters, and he knew Wes Craven had directed the movie, so a lot of his ire was directed at poor old Wes. Now, rest in peace to the big man, one of the best horror directors of our time, by the way. He was still alive at the time of the story, obviously, and Mitchell was very angry at him for his disrespect of the horror genre. I've never seen anyone behave so stupidly or oblivious to this day. Mitchell was screeching about the hypocrisy on display. I don't think it even made sense with what the movie was actually saying. He just decided that Scream was taking pot shots at his beloved horror genre, and nothing anyone could say or do was going to change his mind. And that's what I assumed anyway, and I whispered that to Jennifer. "Well, look," she whispered back. Whispered. I don't know, it's like, for like the way it's written, it's like I'm trying to like spin like 8 plates at one time, and then there's a plate, and then there's a plate. Or like I'm trying to like juggle fucking oranges. I can juggle, by the way, but just not more than 3. That's what I assumed anyway, and I whispered that to Jennifer. "Well, look," she whispered back. Now Mitchell was a big guy. From a few rows back anyway, he appeared to be around 6 feet and nearly 300 pounds of fat and muscle. And then Steve stood up and squared up to him. Now Steve was not a tall, muscular powerhouse at all. He was probably 5'6", if that, and he was one of those thin, pasty dudes you see a lot of. He was 5'6", if that, and he was one of those thin, pasty dudes you see a lot of on YouTube these days, with long hair and a white t-shirts. You know the type I mean. But good God, Steve squared up to Mitchell like he was Stone Cold Steve Austin. He had the confidence of a man who knew, unquestionably, that he could kick this other guy's ass, and if it came to it, he would. So Steve reaches out, prods into Mitchell with his chest. A 600-pound man. My 600-pound BFF. Yeah, I think they made a Charlie reference. Joel, do you remember when you were talking about making bread lines? Yeah, we should make some sweet bread lines. Because I love carbs so much. Honestly, communism would be really tough for people who are on keto. So Steve reaches out and pokes Mitchell in the chest and says something like, "Just shut the F up and sit down, buddy. Do us all a favor. Some of us are trying to watch the movie." Now me and Jennifer were paying attention now. I grab a handful of popcorn. Jennifer whispers to me, asking to take bets on what's going to happen next, and I tell her I think Mitchell is going to back down. But I was wrong. I was very, very wrong. Instead, this Mitchell guy let out what I guess was intended to be a roar, but his voice cracked mid-growl, so it was kind of like, and then he just grabbed Steve's outreached finger, and with an actual audible crack, snaps his finger backwards. Now we're just staring at this absolute shell shock. Oh my God. Oh my God. Communism would be tough for everybody, to be fair. Yeah, but especially to those who adhere to the ketogenic diet and are worried about their carb intake. Did I eat veggies today? No, I actually didn't eat today yet. But I think, honestly, I think like fasting is helping me to maybe heal. Maybe not. Maybe I need more protein. I don't know. Do I purposely censor the swear words or reading? Just, yeah, I do, because I think you can get demonetized by saying like too many F words and stuff. Your brain is 90% carb. It's just a big loaf of bread. You cut me open and eat it. There's just a cake in there. I don't want to eat. We're all just staring at this, completely shell-shocked. Steve takes a few steps back into the aisle, and he's staring at his finger bent backwards and then back up at Mitchell. Even in the dark of the theater, I see a look pass over Steve's face that even to this day makes my stomach sink. It was the look of a man who realized that he just made a very big mistake. You see, that confident "I got this" guy I'd imagined Steve has in that moment, he obviously didn't exist. I guess he thought Mitchell would have fallen for it and backed down, but not so much. Remember how I'd also assumed Mitchell was just some unfit kind of slob? Who knows if I'm right about that, but this guy, oh my God. I don't, starting a sentence with but it's like, it just feels like so jumpy, like it's written with like someone telling the story into a microphone and then it transcribes it or something like that. Broccoli fritters, no I haven't. Did that go in like the air fryer? Here to enjoy the story, but the main point is to leverage my English skills. Nice, dude. What, like, you're practicing your English? Bad writing lacks confidence, the rhythm is off. Yeah, and I guess I can't expect much from, like, people submitting stories, honestly, but at the same time, it's like, I can't seem to find the flow. After dating a narcissist, I've learned 2 lessons. Lesson 1, you can overstay your welcome, and that is your responsibility to be aware when to leave. Lesson 2, they will make you hate yourself. What happened? Do I own a cat? Yeah, I got a black cat named Pradeep. He is so funny. He's been sleeping on the couch, but it's like in the most like crooked positions ever. Like right now, he's like in between the couch cushion and its like arm, but it's like he's just like bent in a very contortionist way. Proof. I think I do have pictures of him. Actually, I do have a recent picture of him on my community tab when I was celebrating the birthday, and you can see he's actually positioned right in that couch arm as we speak. Sushi and cookies, that sounds fucking good. Imagine sushi made with cookies. Dessert sushi, that does sound really good. I feel like you could do it with like white rice for sure. I wonder what we would put in it. Remember how I'd also assumed Mitchell was an unfit kind of slob? Who knows if I was right about that, but this guy had heft, and he threw himself at Steve, just full-on charged into him in the aisle like a goddamn bull. Slammed Steve straight into the floor so hard that we actually heard another crack. And then Mitchell was pounding, punching, pummeling him. His fat fists were flying, blood was literally coming from Steve's mouth as Mitchell was just wailing on him, continuing to shriek and yell about the movie, about horror, about disrespect, all sorts of incoherent crap that made him sound like the obvious violent nutjob that he clearly was. Of course, being a hot-blooded 18-year-old male, I wasn't just going to sit there and watch this guy get destroyed just for telling Mitchell to shut up. And despite Jennifer begging me not to get involved, I started to make my way down the aisle in the semi-darkness. Now again, I was taking my time a little, hoping another savior might show up in the meantime, and thankfully she did. Out of nowhere, vaulting over chairs like some Olympian, this woman came sprinting out of left field, shocking all of us. Except Mitchell, of course, who was too busy beating on Steve to notice her. The woman, I'm just going to call her Venus, took advantage of Mitchell's obliviousness. A few feet away, I saw her stop, and then she took a running kick, knocking Mitchell clear off of Steve and then sending him rolling down the aisle a few feet. Barely any Oh my god. White rice with fudge and half. Is the half and half supposed to stay inside of the sushi? Butter. Churn the butter. Then she took a running kick, knocking Mitchell clear off of Steve and sending him rolling down the aisle a few feet. Barely even pausing to leap over Steve, Venus then whipped something from her belt. I heard the sound of a spray can, and Mitchell's screams changed dramatically. It turns out our savior was an off-duty homicide detective at the theater with her husband to enjoy a romantic date. Oh my god. This is so fucking annoying. I just can't stand it like comma, dama, sama, dama, lama, jama, wama. It's almost like, I don't even know, it reminds me so much of Borderlands 4 dialogue, if that makes sense, you know, like, I don't, well, yeah, not sure about that one, but yeah, then you can imagine what happened to him then, and it was a slasher movie, you know, which is fine, but at the same time, I'm just like, why the fuck is there, why, when you're writing something, is it like, being written like dialogue. Like, it's just fucking annoying as shit. Turns out our savior was an off-duty homicide detective at the theater with her husband to enjoy a romantic date night of a slasher movie. I'm just going to take out the Like, why would there be an in like a generally normal... Did you ever try any of those Theater Kid vocal warm-ups before you started streaming, the kind where you say a bunch of different tongue twisters for a few times? Oh, ee, ah, ee, oh, ooh. God, I remember all the theater kids like always fucking like singing in every class and going like they're a fucking motorboat. And so that's what I would do. Whenever they would do those warm-ups, I would put my boobs in their face and then have them motorboat me. Ooh, ee, ah, ee, 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 ooh. Ee, ee, ah, ee, ee, ee. I grew up in a house for 14 years with my siblings where we were told that the father overdosed and died, and then his son blew his brains out in the backyard and the daughter hung herself. Who? Did you have ghosts? Turns out our savior was an off-duty homicide detective at the theater with her husband to enjoy a romantic date night together. Mitchell got a face full of mace, a boot's worth of broken ribs, and a handcuffing in the form of plastic ties that Venus kept on her person while off-duty just in case situations like this arose. She later joked that she never expected to actually have to perform an off-duty arrest. And Steve was fine, except for a few broken teeth. And as for what happened to Mitchell, Steve, Venus, and everyone else, I can only guess. Wait. Didn't he just say? Oh, I don't know. I don't fucking know what's going on, man. Holy fuck. GTA 6 radio host. That would be fun. Dude, oh my god. I still listen to like Grand Theft Auto Vice City like radio stations, and there's not like, dude, the comedy that you get on like the TV stations and radio stations in Grand Theft Auto, just so fucking good, man. Like, I really pray to God the comedy in GTA 6 is like just top tier South Park offensive bullshit. Like, we just need that to heal society, for people to stop producing dog shit. We just need that so badly. How do you listen to that? You search on YouTube? Yeah, you can search like, yeah, basically GTA Vice City radio stations and you'll see all the different ones. Yeah, honestly, if GTA does go woke, it is literally, I'll be praying for World War III at that point if we don't have it before we get there. Steve was fine, except for a few broken teeth. And as for what happened after to Mitchell, Steve, and this Venus character, I can only guess. We missed the end of the movie, obviously, and we were all offered refunds and comp tickets for any showing or movie of our choice. Someone tells me they didn't extend this offer to Mitchell, though. Now, I scored points with Jennifer for at least intending to be a hero, but I'll leave that up to you to decide how that manifested. Now, this was all 30 years ago now, but I still think on it from time to time. I hope Steve, Venus, and her husband are all doing well, if they're actually still around. And Jennifer and I ultimately didn't stay together, but we are still Facebook friends, and she seems to be doing good. To this day, though, I've still never watched the second half of Scream. I decided to leave the rest of the movie up to my imagination because sometimes fiction can never compete with the insanity that is reality. Subscribe to Let's Read's new true crime channel, Saturn Soul. I also just like the fact that there's an emoji for Saturn too, so we'll get many of its 96.4, the jizz. The jazz. What would I play on my station though? Would it just be talk? Maybe I could just play scary stories actually. Oh my god, dude, that would be such a good GTA 6 station where I read scary stories, but they're actually like, it's taken seriously, but it's actually funny, along with all the, or maybe it's like, or who knows, maybe it's like true crime that occurs within the GTA 6 universe, but it's also, you know, loosely comedic or whatever, maybe in some written sections. Whoever wrote that story should never be allowed to keyboard again. That was painful. It was just tough. It was just, I don't know. It was just very much Redditor chic. Can you eat 6 saltine crackers in 60 seconds without a drink? Be careful. If you could provide them for me, I would honestly try it. I do hope that as GTA 6 goes on, they continue to add new like radio stations. I always thought how good of a feeling it must have been for like Tyler, the Creator, back in like 2013. I mean, what was he? Was like early 20s. Like imagine that, you're early 20s and you're on a GTA, like a GTA radio station. Like that would be so sick. Because I think the one was called like Fly Low, and it had like Flying Lotus, which I love that kind of music. Why did I make a new channel again? I thought MS Alive and Saturn Soul was a new nickname or something. It's just basically true crime channel, but like with good editing, you know, for stuff that, like you'll hear the true crime here first, but you'll see it as like an edited video over on that channel. And it's basically just to reach newer audiences and try, you know what I mean? Just kind of reset an algorithm and see what happens, you know? Have you heard that some of the songs they're going to put in GTA 6 radio station? There's some good ones on there. Yeah, some of the trailers sounded freaking amazing. The one was like Tom Petty, right? You critiquing them should be taken as a compliment. They wrote it so horribly, I'd be ashamed to email you. And it honestly wasn't bad. Sometimes I get cranky. And my cranky ends up just projecting my insecurities onto someone else. And it's a bit mean of me, so I'm sorry. Have you heard some of the songs? Yeah, sorry, I read that. You should listen to Game Roadkill radio station if you're up for a laugh. Yeah, I need to go back to Grand Theft Auto 5 and like listen to all the stuff. Is Saturn Soul on YouTube? It is. Yeah, it's linked up above. It hasn't quite like made it into like YouTube's algorithm if you wanted to search it up, because unfortunately I didn't think it through, and there was a lot of there's a lot of channels named Saturn Soul, which was not nice, or not smart. What type of music am I into? I like everything. I mean, I love all forms of electronic music, all forms of hip hop, all forms of, you know, I don't really like country or pop music because they're, you know what I mean? Because like the country circuit down south is so huge, but it's just pop music. And at this point, you get guys like Jelly Roll and like all the other bullshit, and it's not even country anymore. Not that I liked it to begin with, but I mean, I like bluegrass, right? And I like songs and music that uses elements of those type of instrumentation. But I would say overall, anything that's just like made for the masses and is like lowest common denominator music is just complete shit. It's just complete shit. But that's what I love about music, is that like, it doesn't matter whether you have a big budget and you're Michael Jackson, right? Or you're just a person in your garage recording, you know, it's like you have the ability to create music that can like still be just as good and like transcend the mind. But yeah, banjo is good. Like I love, you've probably heard of Sufjan Stevens. He uses a lot of banjo in his music, and it's good as hell. Yeah, I love Creed, man. I think I heard it earlier. I see it in so many memes now, but it's perfect. Do I like metal and rock? Yeah, I love metal. I love rock music. I love live reggae. Like live reggae music is the only live music I really enjoy going to, because it just feels good. It like moves me, and the fact that you can like feel like a really like deep bass, you know what I mean, from it is amazing. You seen Sufjan live? That's awesome. What was he playing? And where'd you see him at? This reminded me, I checked out Gio Gotti album from Boards of Canada, Fire. Nice, dude. Thank you. Yeah, it's very creepy. I'll be honest. And apparently you can play it. They have it on YouTube backwards as well. So if you want to listen to it backwards, apparently it still works. But yeah, all of like Boards of Canada is some of my favorite shit. In Seattle, older album tour, nice, dude. Yeah, not to put him down, but like after, what am I saying? Like, I do like all of his music, honestly, but I remember I was kind of not super stoked about Age of Ads, but then Carrie and Lowell, that was a good one. You know, that kind of went back to just like more chill roots. But his starting out with like his 50 States albums, it would have been sick if he covered all of them, but those were great. The bass vibrates the insides, man. So this is story 3, I think. Which metal band? I mean, whenever I was like really heavy lifting, I would listen. Every time I would do like a 1 rep max, I would listen to that Omerta song by Lamb of God. Now I can't say I know like a ton of like actual metal bands, but that one just always, like that intro. Whoever appeals. I'm gonna read it. I love reading it. Yeah, this is so good, man. Whoever appeals to the law against his fellow man is either a fool or a coward. Whoever cannot take care of himself without that law is both. For a wounded man shall say to his assailant, "If I die, you are forgiven. If I live, I will kill you." Such is the rule of honor. And it's just like dun 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 dun. And I'm just like, fuck yeah, dude. Like, if I was a freaking caveman, bro, I'd be going nuts. Start a gaming channel. Sometimes I stream games. It's been a while though, but I don't even know if I have time to even do that. Did I do a video on all 50 states yet? I haven't. That's a good idea, honestly. I must. I absolutely must. Then I can have a playlist. What's up, Hanny? I was a little kid when this happened. I lived in a small town in England, and we didn't have a cinema for quite a while. So when one opened, it was a novelty, and my mom would take me a lot. It's different now, and it's been expanded, but back then there were 5 screens, 3 larger ones and then 2 small ones down towards the end of the building and down a long corridor, and then a thinner corridor spanned off from that, leading to the 2 bathrooms, men's and women's. So I forget which film we were there to see, but this was before the film started. I needed to use the bathroom, but I had a drink and popcorn and I didn't want to take them into the bathroom with me. Mum was chatting to a friend who worked at the cinema, so I was just hanging out at the start of the corridor leading to the bathrooms, waiting impatiently. Just to clarify though, I was maybe 7 here, so hanging around outside the bathrooms didn't make me look like a weirdo. What's my average day look like, if you don't mind me sharing? It's kind of fucked, honestly. My sleep schedule sucks, and I like if I could just like wake up early and get like a normal thing going, like I could get so much shit done. It pisses me off that, because like I'm gonna have like a lot more people expecting a lot more from me lately, and I need to figure that shit out. Otherwise, I'm gonna be pretty consistently letting people down. Can you do Cartman's voice and read the next 2 sentences, please?
Mom, I'm there, waiting for Mom to show up. Sneaky bits of popcorn. Well, I wait when I see him. A huge guy in a long waxed raincoat.
I can't really do it, but... Everyone ready for World War III? I don't know, dude. I don't know. I'm not really in the mood for World War III, and I don't want to. I don't care. I don't care what lines have been drawn in the sand already. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit, and I'm fucking Middle East fatigued at this point, right? You know, 20 years of just like endless sand wars. Sand wars for 20 plus years. Inflating the economy and sending all of your young men to die. Like, what a fantastic world. And destabilizing the entire region. Like, just leave me the fuck alone, bro. I don't know. Sorry. I could go on a tangent. I'm just done with it, bro. I'm so done with it. But at the same time, the shitty thing about government is that you don't really have a say, right? There's the military brass, the politicians, the moneyed interests, and then us citizenry down at the bottom who just have to sit and wait, basically just kind of anticipate what the, death cultists at the top, where they want to send our souls. Like, I would like 1 million of your souls to be sent to hell. Is that okay with all of you? That doesn't sound very good. Well, you don't really have a say in the matter. Pakistan, India getting involved in China. Right. I mean, it literally is, like, in many ways, like, it's World War III. I mean, this is it. Like, you're going to look back in the history books and all the context is going to be there. I mean, maybe it starts all the way back with, like, Crimea and shit, you know what I mean? In, like, 2014 or whatever. And who knows, probably even, but, I mean, I guess everything is, like, a stepwise pattern to get to where we are now. My number one impressions, RFK, Jamaican, Russian. I got him down pat. 40 years actually is coming to an end. God, dude, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I thought about that too. I was like, the strategic hits on I mean, it was impressive. I mean, it sounds bad because I don't like human suffering, right? I don't want people to suffer. But sometimes just from, like, a dude's perspective, even though it sounds fucked up, in my mind, I'm like, strategically nailing all of their leadership and their nuclear sites, I'm just like, damn, that was fucking tactical. You know what I mean? That was, like, surgical. And the fact that it keeps happening, but at the same time, I just hope it doesn't. I don't know, man. I mean, has any of the other Middle Eastern nations, like, after we've, like, regime changed, ever manifested into, like, a better place for them? I don't know. I remember, like, after Libya was, like, toppled, it was, like, one of the world's biggest, like, human trafficking areas. Iran will be free, God willing. They return things the way it was in the 1970s. The peace accords will continue to be signed. I hope, man. I gotta be honest, like, there's narratives and then there's reality, and I just don't have a lot of faith in, like, the people that rule the world. They just are not nice folk, and they would rather see us exist under some sort of technocratic feudalism than ever bring about peace. I've become the next Matt Pat. Yeah, isn't Matt Pat like a lobbyist now? Did you see that? He's, like, in government, which is kind of like, what the fuck? He looks like good. He looks like a politician. Do you have any horror stories related to AI? Example, the suicide of a person in Switzerland. The police found that the suicide was assisted by AI. Oh, yikes. No, I don't know if you remember. There was, like, some young kid, too, who, like, fell in love with, like, what's her name? Khaleesi from Game of Thrones had an AI version, and, like, the dude, like, fell in love with her, and because he couldn't be with her, he, like, killed himself. So there's definitely some AI stories there. Yeah, I don't know what it was with Matt Pat, but he like moved on to, well, we can just look it up. Chat BBC. Is Matt Pat in government now? Question mark. For Pete's sake, can you drink someone so we can hear your ASMR? Sure. Sure, Pete. This one's for Pete. Luke. All right, Matt Pat is not an elective government official. He hasn't run for Congress or any political office. However, he has taken a significant step in politics through advocacy. On June 10th, 2025, Matt Pat, Matthew Patrick, and his wife, Steph, had launched the Creator Economy Caucus in the U.S. House of Representatives. This bipartisan group connects online creators with lawmakers to push for policies around internet privacy, AI ethics, algorithm responsibility, and child safety online. So no, he's not, quote-unquote, in government in an elected or appointed capacity. Instead, He's acting as a consultant and public advocate, working directly with members of Congress to influence digital policy. As Reddit users point out, he's basically trying to speak to politicians as a representative of creators on the internet to advocate for their needs. Quote, MatPat is for president. If Trump can do it, why not a YouTuber? Yeah, right. He's lobbying in the purest sense, bringing real-world creator insights to the Hill without holding office. Well, that sounds nice of him, though. I mean, got to admire the vision, for sure. Yeah, he's trying to bring Golden Freddy awareness and the dangers of not having a security guard on staff overnight. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, like some type of YouTube president at some point, I don't know. This new YouTuber, you may have heard of him, his name is Effrey Jepstein. Professor Hyde with the 2 says, any advice for a small scary story channel? Yeah, it's tough, man. It's tough. I mean, like some of the only examples I've seen really pop off, and I'll be honest, I'm not like super paying attention all the time, but some of the ones that really have popped off lately, at least over the course of a few years, like coming into a realm of like creepypasta when it's otherwise a pretty saturated market, has been Lighthouse Horror. You've seen his channel. It's a good channel. He put himself on camera. That was smart. He has really good visuals that go along with this stuff. You know, he uses AI, but whatever. He's like keeping people's attention during the video, and that's totally fine. And then you probably have seen the channel Scary Interesting. Scary Interesting had a really interesting approach where basically he just like copied the exact aesthetic, thumbnail, video length, video editing style, and somewhat voice of Mr. Nightmare. And I genuinely think when you do that, when you emulate another popular channel's like style, the algorithm in some weird way like shows you a benefit. And then, you know, he blew up pretty fast with basically doing the same thing Mr. Nightmare did, and then transitioned his channel to like video stuff, you know, like scariest like road cam video, you know, stories. Runs with Scissors 04 with the $10. I just want to say how excited I am for you to be working with Mr. Ballin. Congratulations, continue being great. Also, funny-ish enough, active military member Navy. It's getting nerve-wracking. Yeah, I'm really sorry about what the future probably will hold. I mean, I like to imagine the United States and its allies are such an incredible superpower that it wouldn't even be a challenge. You know what I mean? For as much as we war game, for as much as we prepare, for as dominant as we've been, there's a fear deep within me that like the fall of the United States isn't going to come from some sort of external power, but sort of what you might describe as like a permitted, controlled demolition of sorts, whether that's some sort of controlled economic demolition of the United States. Like my fear, at some point we're going to get a narrative, especially as these Middle Eastern sand wars continue. My fear is that there's going to be some type of event that's going to knock off like our power grid by like to a crazy degree, right? And we're going to basically be without power within the United States for a period of time that's going to suck total ass. It's going to create pandemonium. It's going to create chaos, and basically all of the BRICS nations will continue to operate without us, like separate, you know, raising up their empires, et cetera, their economic connections, and then the United States is essentially just going to like remain stagnant in a state of chaos until eventually there is some sort of like return to power, return to normalcy. But maybe there will, but then for some odd reason, there's going to be like the solution comes out of nowhere. Like, oh, we got a solution. Like prior to the power going out, like there were hacks, there were cyber attacks on all the banks, and there were big bank runs and all this kind of stuff. And now to avoid like, you know, for whatever reason, like attacks cybernetically, but also to like our banking system, we need to like transition everything over to this like sort of blockchain style thing, which then is just basically going to create a stronger sense of like surveillance, as well as like, who knows what other restructurings of like government or abridging of the Constitution could be manifest from that. And I don't know, I just, and that's really the end goal of like people that rule over other people, is like, you don't always want to put them in like a authoritarian position all the time, because then it draws attention to you, right? It draws too much attention to you as the authoritarian. But if you can surveil them, if you can watch over them, if you can keep track of everything they do all the time, then people will be none the wiser whenever you like crack down on them, Professor Hyde, thank you again for the 2. Yeah, what does Sean Ryan anticipate? Is he seeing a similar situation? Or I was always kind of curious about that guy that Sean Ryan had on the show related to the neutrino stuff, about how they had weather manipulation weapons in Antarctica or some shit like that. Do I got a crystal ball? I have no crystal ball. It's just I guess it's just a very silly bias of myself, honestly. I'd love to sit there and think that people within positions of power in like the United States would love to see the United States continue to exist for a long time. But I think one of the greatest weaknesses that the United States has and has had for a long time is that it can be bought and blackmailed, And it's like, if you can buy and blackmail and groom all of the next generations of leaders over the course of the past, say, like 50 to 75 to 100 years, like eventually, like what, those sort of like America First concepts like start to erode, and there's just no more meaning to it anymore. And then you can kind of start setting the groundwork for its like eventual sort of restructuring. Professor High with another 2 says that's just Blade Runner. That's probably what we're heading towards, dude. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't think they, in the future, I don't think they really want people to have a mind of their own. Have you ever heard or listened to Magnus Archives by the Rusty Quill podcast? I have not, no. What's that all about? Mark of the Beast system. Yeah, I mean, it's even if like all of the sort of like, biblical sort of prophecy narratives or whatever, they exist in book, right? Like people written down, people speculate on them. What better thing to do than people in like positions of power than to sort of mock those, you know what I mean? To sort of like pretend like those are happening, so then all the like the religious fanatics are like, this is it, this is the thing. But then you're sort of like, in a weird way, manufacturing their consent to sort of like expecting it, and then like passively also accepting authoritarianism because like quote unquote Jesus is coming, Jesus will save us. And then who better and easier to rule over than people who say like turn the other cheek, you know what I mean? The beauty of our government is it moves slowly. That's why when there is a gridlock, you should be glad. The system will brilliantly designed to be that would precisely prevent that sitch. Yeah, I do hope that. It's just like you got events like 9/11, you got events like COVID, like the 2008 crisis or like economic crisis, like stuff like that, where it's like chaotic, it's a catalyst. It's the catalyst that moves events forward. You can, whenever everybody's afraid, when everybody's scared, when there's chaos in the streets, that's when you come in, because it's the whole Hegelian dialectic, right? Of like problem, reaction, solution. Problem, reaction, solution. Problem, reaction, So it just repeats itself, so all you need to do is manufacture the problem, anticipate the reaction, and then provide the solution. And that's what that's where I feel like we're heading with these current, like, wars that you see everywhere. Like, obviously, you got Russia, Ukraine, you got India, Pakistan, you got Israel, Iran, and Iran's proxies. And then, obviously soon, as we're caught up with all of because, the United States is guaranteed going to get involved with whatever's going on in Iran, no matter what. I mean, there's going to be some sort of thing like, oh, they sunk our ship, or God forbid they like assassinate an official, here or something. And our brains are already conditioned to it, because like that guy in Butler who like, that kid in Butler who like shot at Trump, like they already had like some narrative that this like skinny, scrawny weirdo, you know, was loosely tied to the Iranian government somehow. You know what I mean? So it's like, we're obviously going to get involved in that somehow, whatever that is, I don't know. But yeah, it's like then it's going to be China, Taiwan, right? You know, that like while we're all caught up with all of that kind of shit, China's going to take the I think they have already anticipated, the Pentagon's like allocated funds for like some sort of, I don't know if it's kinetic, but some degree of warfare with China, you know, in anticipation of it by like 2027. And so, yeah, that's sadly how it's going to be. But beyond that, I think it's just basically going to result either in like a slow erosion of the economic state of the United States, or it's going to be a restructuring. You know what I mean? Warfare, but with your butt. Good point, Justin. Farting out the future. I'm so tired of politics, so a bunch of whining like little rich kids crying about not getting in their way. Hey, no disagreements there for sure. And I'm sorry to always like jump into it. It's just, it's scary, and maybe it feels a little bit cathartic to sort of like let it out once in a while. And it's not that I mean to like divide anybody or anything on any issue or whatever. It's just, yeah, we need more humor. I like humor. Humor is good. I like humor, like fart humor. That's like definitely peak. And I like deep philosophical talk. Like that's my two sides of my yin and wang, my yin and wang. Some people think the scrawny sniper kid paid to miss the shot, just build the narrative. I mean, who knows? Who knows if he was even the shooter? You know what I mean? Like, he might have just been like up there, and then somebody else was taking pop shots, and then they took him out, or fucking who knows? Maybe he did miss the shot. The whole thing was fucking weird as shit, though. How often do I post on Instagram? Not very often, unless it's like an announcement for something. Do you check out accounts, or is that promoting? Check out accounts. Oh, like if I were to click, do you want me to click on yours, Professor Hyde? Is that what you mean? Yeah, I fart into the mic and give all of you guys pink eye. Pink ear, you get pink ear. About once a century, a change of power is how it is. Yeah, but you have to also like wonder to yourself, like, well, what are the, what's the stimulus or what's the external variables that are causing that shift of power? Because there's always funding. It's always about funding of, the side you want to win. Yeah, dude, I understand where it's all coming from. It affects our lives even when we don't get involved. I mean, yeah, objectively speaking, it's not like any of my words have ever like manifested into the path that the earth is like on right now changing. Like, all I can really hope is that you guys on the domestic level treat each other well and not allow like the left-right paradigm to divide you to the extent that you're not friends with anybody anymore, right? And to maintain a sense of like open-mindedness when discussing it, because who knows, maybe that left-right paradigm that you exist in is actually just manufactured, and it's all just sort of self-contained, sort of a certain sense of like performative like participation. I'm not trying to negate anybody's experiences, but it's just sometimes you wonder how easy it is to manipulate those systems. 89 seconds to midnight. All right, we still got time then. I'm there waiting for Mom to show up, sneaking bits of popcorn while I wait, and oh my gosh. I'm there waiting for Mom to show up, eating little bits of popcorn while I wait, when I see him. A huge tall guy in a long waxed raincoat. I'm not sure if they're popular in the States, but here when I was a kid they were called yuppie coats in my area. Very dark green long raincoats made of thick canvas materials. I guess rich people originally wore them, but now they were just typical outdoor coats. So this guy was wearing that and had longish hair, and he looked maybe in his 50s or older and had a beard. Give us pink ear with your voice. Yeah, I'm just talking shit, giving everybody pink ear. That'd be a good rap bar. Somebody write that down. These stories get read here and go to the channel later. They do, yeah. I'll read them here. I'm recording them on a separate thing, and then I edit them later to sound pretty. He looked to be in his 50s or older and had a beard. Now I'll just reiterate here. This was back in the 90s, so it was before the popularity of gender fluidity and non-binary identities and whatnot. If you were trans, then you dressed, often as a requirement for gender-affirming treatment, as the gender you wanted to be. Not my words, just trying to explain it. Now the point is, this was a man. He was not making any attempts to appear as anything but a man, and he walked straight down the bathroom corridor and in to the ladies' toilets. I knew something felt very, very wrong about this, so I kept watching the door, and thankfully, Mum showed up seconds later. I told her what I'd seen, and she immediately went to get a cinema employee. Now, during this time, I did not move from my spot looking down the corridor. If this man had left the ladies' bathroom, I would have seen him. So Mum gets back with the female cinema employee who goes into the bathroom, and she comes out a few minutes later looking at me strangely. There was no tall, hefty guy in a raincoat there. A raincock. Explain the left-right paradigm really quickly again, just a quick... I mean, it's just left versus right? You know what I mean? Like, in the United States, it's Democrat versus Republican. It's a confined system of two, like, broader political parties that sort of create a certain, lively conversation of political discourse, but it also creates what's, I think, deemed as the Overton window, in which, like, there's specific spectrums of conversation within politics that exists to that left and right paradigm, and really nothing outside of that, which to me is like both easy to manipulate in the fact that it's oftentimes like a pendulum, in the fact that they sort of tend to represent like opposing viewpoints. But yeah, I mean, there's a few things within those sort of left versus right paradigm that like always seem to be like bipartisan, which I always find interesting, and that's tends to be like in support of like military spending, and I understand the needs for that, but it's also kind of makes you question like, weird. Have I tried fried bread? Oh yeah. I am a surgeon. Why did a SpongeBob pic come up? I don't know. Snow White, yeah. Sick of the left-right paradigm. I'm looking for the left-right pair of pants. It's always about the money, always. Money is, and on the other side of politics, they're all on the same side being greedy. Right, you know what I mean? Like, do you honestly think any of these, whether it's like, elite banking families or fucking giant tech oligarchs, like, do you really think they give a fuck about left versus right? The only thing they give a shit about is maximizing profits and whatever the fuck, the guys with guns tell them that they need to do, It's all just like performative. I mean, isn't it kind of strange that like a lot of like social media was like wildly censorious, for all of 2016 to like past COVID, then suddenly it's just like, okay, now you can kind of say what you want, even though like most everybody is like banned now. I don't know, it's stupid. Like, there is really no concept of like true free speech for the most part, especially whenever you just like you have people telling you can't say things. Like, it's just dumb. Holiday tomorrow? What's the holiday? Did Joel start a crime channel? I did, yeah. It's all my crimes. Oh, Juneteenth. Yeah, I mean, for YouTube, we don't really celebrate holidays or anything like that outside of maybe me doing like stories, but it's always steady as she goes anyways, Mondays and Thursdays upload schedule. You are free to think what we tell you. Exactly. Oh, Canada, oh, Canada. Junith Teeneth. Think that the World War III thing is more of a media left-right type thing I've seen. It's been very divided. Yeah, I mean, it seems like there seems to be a relatively unified bipartisan stance from most people to not want to like get into World War III, but also right now not to continue to not get the United States. I know a lot of what I say is United States centric, and that's because that's where I'm from, but yeah, it seems like the majority of left and right are like have no interest in the United States getting directly involved with a ground war or regional war within Iran. And I think, I think that's smart. I don't really want to send anybody to die. I don't want to like extend the threat to, our home. And I know I don't know. I just don't think things will get any better by that happening. It's just going to overextend. The United States has already overextended reach. That's true. All right, yeah. No more World War III talk. Sorry. I live where a lot of creepy forest stories take place. Really? The Doom stream. I know. I don't mean to fill your head with Doom all the time. I apologize. What's the pros versus cons? I don't know, man. Can you explain Elden Ring lore? I can't. I don't know anything about it. I like Elden Ring. I like its art style and its lore, and the fact that a lot of it's environmental storytelling. I think that's really cool. I just don't like the gameplay to actually like waste my time. Professor Hyde with the 2 says World War III is coming from flashback history. Is goated. Can you give us a TLDR on that? Talk about Doom, just got notification it'll be 111 degrees tomorrow. Holy shit. From an atomic bomb going off. What does my studio smell like? What candle are scented? It's the, what the heck is it called? Like the woodland. I said it earlier. I forget. It's like, I had it in my head. It's like brown. It's poop. What temp is it here? Dude, it's been like unseasonably chilly, where it drops into the 60s sometimes. Yeah, cashmere sandalwood. Thank you, Malice. But then it's also like when the sun comes out and the humidity gets going, like it's supposed to be in the 90s this week. And honestly, I'm kind of excited for it. I love summer. I love 80s. I love 90s. I love it. I love when it feels like the Caribbean. I love when it feels like Florida, but not like super summer Florida, like normal Florida. Town with a base, and they've been doing drills and Russian-looking copters and aerials getting ready to head to Iran. I mean, would not be surprised, honestly. There was no tall, hefty guy in a ring. Wait, where was I at again? Sorry. So mom gets back with a female cinema employee. Okay. I feel like I missed something. I knew something felt very... Alright, I'll just start here. He was not making any attempts to appear as anything but a man, and he walked straight down the bathroom corridor and into the ladies' toilets. I knew something felt very wrong about this, so I kept watching the door, and thankfully Mum showed up seconds later. I told her what I'd seen, and she immediately went to get a cinema employee. During this time, I did not move from my spot looking down the corridor. If this man had left the ladies' room, I would have seen him. So Mum gets back with the female Cinnamon employee who goes into the bathroom, and she comes out a few minutes later looking at me strangely. There was no tall, hefty guy in a raincoat in there. No. I can send a $5 message also my channel shout out. Oh, is that oh yeah, Professor, guys, go check out Professor Hyde as well. Sorry, I didn't know you were like an actual channel here. Yeah, what do we got? This Creature in the Well, Reddit, scary Reddit story. And shorts. I saw Sasquatch in California. Hell yeah, dude. Should we listen to your voice? You better not be AI or we're gonna be mad. Here, we'll listen to your voice real quick. That intro's cool, though. How'd you do that?
I've lived in my house for 5 years. It's an old place with all the charm and creaks you'd expect from a century-old home. The basement has always freaked me out a bit. It's cold, damp, and smells faintly of mildew. But I'd never paid it much attention beyond the occasional trip to store boxes or grab tools.
Dude, I'm so cooked. I am so cooked, bro. This is AI, dude, already. This is like the most like, I don't know. Like normally you can kind of, I mean, you can tell it's AI, but at the same time, like, this is a good voice, you know what I mean?
Until last week.
Like, fuck, man. Dude, there's literally no reason YouTube has to keep any of us alive anymore. YouTube is going to start making AI creators and just fucking throw us out in the street. There's going to be a bunch of hashtags on Twitter about, like, keep AI away. And then we're eventually just going to get to fucking Dune, you know, Dune levels of, like, banning AI. Hopefully not. Maybe I'm overthinking it. But, I mean, if we're already at that point with, like, AI and, like, some of the video shit that I've seen, I'm like, God fucking damn it, dude. This is going to get so annoying. And yeah, sorry, Mr. Hyde. I'm not trying to like put your channel down or anything. I know it's like fun and cool to like throw stuff together. It kind of sucks. Like YouTube keeps suggesting like AI videos to me in my like I'll see a really cool thumbnail, like a really cool like title where it's like, why in the Matrix, we're rooting for or like we perceive the wrong villain. And in my mind, I'm like, that seems like a cool video. Like, what's their thoughts? What's their philosophy? And then you get there, and then it's a completely AI voice, which to me just sounds not good. Like, there's something about it that grates on me. It like grates on me over a period of time when it's like not an actual human voice. And then the fact that the scripts themselves also sound AI written, it's like, I don't know. I don't like it. And I get it. Everybody wants to make content. Everybody wants to get involved in the game, and AI does make some pretty cool shit. But I don't know. Love the new channel. I listened to Deathcore, and I'm not murderistic, Satanist, horrible person. That's good. Actually, I got sucked into AI history to sleep to. The scripts sound like 5th grade book report. Yeah, I mean, if you're falling asleep to, I mean, it's whatever. Like, I'm not going to tell anybody to not do something or start some, like, crazy movement. I'll just leave it up to you. But, I don't know, something about the way the scripts are written, they always should, yeah, they sound so incredibly generic. It's never fun or good or, like, thoughtful. You know what I mean? Like, if you're doing, like, an essay on something, like, it's got to have your, like, deep human opinion. And if it's just kind of, like, laying things out in the most, like, generic Marcus Aurelius style presentation, it just feels weird. Yeah, it's clunky, jarring. No, for sure, the AI Sasquatch videos, great, and that's a great use of AI, like making memes, making stuff, all that kind of shit. And there are other things, like sometimes AI helps new creators to kind of like expedite the process of creating a thumbnail, or expedite the process of like getting their hand in the game, you know what I mean? But I guess it essentially just comes up to the user to decide if they're interested in it or not. But you can very quickly tell the lack of passion, the lack of just human touch, which I still think has a long way to go before AI can replace it. Yeah, animation, AI, like that's fucking scary. Or right, yeah, and that sucks too, is like being called AI, or like someone saying that your writing is AI. Like, it's fuck. Do I dismiss Stephen Hawking because he used an AI voice? I dismiss Stephen Hawking because he was so rude to those little people on that island, making them reach the highest point of a chalkboard. How dare he? Does anyone remember that? Like, does anyone remember that story? Hey, you mentioned earlier you're contracting you about stories and how you have a team for vetting. I sent a story a bit back, and I think it's fairly decent. Weird Appalachia story. Okay, yeah, what, let me flag that for you. My dude, oh, did you guys hear that droplet? I love that. Pete, what's your name on there? Is it just PR Appalachian? Because we are compiling another Appalachian story, so... Woods, I've also... Is this one it? PR Woods. I've also lived in the Appalachian woods. The sound of your balls hitting the toilet bowl. Okay. I live in Boston, White Mountains. I've also lived in the Appalachian Mountains for around 4-ish years. Okay, yeah, let me save this one. Oops. Just so we can try to hopefully get, I mean, I'm not making any promises, but just hopefully get it involved in alrighty. Yes, thank you, Pete. Appreciate that. And yeah, anybody who has a story to send in, please send it over. Let's read submissions at gmail.com. I don't think it would take much time at all, actually, for AI to learn the remaining touches of inflections and feeling. Right now, it's recording and observing. Yeah, I totally agree, honestly. In many ways, we are very much cooked. Anyway, Joel, I can be involved. Just shoot me a text. This sounds awesome. Wait, what are we getting involved in? Where am I at in the story? Oh, the new my new channel? The true crime one? Yeah, what did you want to be involved with that? Like promoting it, or? Your AI girlfriend left you. Fuck. We will find where she lives. In the computer. AI is great for research things like predicting 3D structures of proteins. Yes, just a new true crime channel. It is exist. She asked me if there was any chance. How do I keep losing it here? There was no tall, hefty guy in a raincoat here. In fact, there was nobody in the bathroom at all. It was entirely empty. She asked me if maybe I'd been mistaken and he'd gone into the men's. I said I didn't think so. She knocked on the men's and then called in, and when there was no answer, opened the door, and the men's bathroom was empty too. She asked me if there was any chance that the man had left the bathroom in the meantime, and I assured her that it was totally, utterly impossible, and I meant it. I don't know for sure what happened that day. What I do know is that I 100% definitely saw a large man go into the ladies' bathroom, and then the bathroom was empty the next time someone went into it. I am certain that he didn't leave through the door, or realize that he'd gone into the wrong bathroom and switched to the men's. I was watching intently because the whole thing obviously creeped me out. What I do know, though, is that a couple of years later, the part of the ceiling of the cinema collapsed while people were in one of their screens watching a movie. Thankfully, nobody was hurt, but it turned out there was a huge amount of space at the top of the building. The Ministry of Magic. Yeah, I was cool with some stuff. Like I made it to design a tattoo I wanted, and I made a really cool one, and then tweaked it a bit. That's sweet. Yeah, I mean, it truly is amazing. It's like design capabilities. RFK Joler. Bro, you're stealing my viewers. Oh, I'm sorry, Crime Girl. Well, who knows? Maybe... I don't actually know what I was gonna say. Maybe I can maybe when that one gets big, I can promo yours on there. Or something. Depending on if you would want that, or... I mean, if it grows. Yeah, I hope it grows. It'd be sweet. Joe, can you turn off the point thingy? Yeah, let me see here. Moderate, timestamps, reactions. Damn, I don't know if there's like a off button for it. Does it like say something every time you type something? Been experimenting with the AI to help me design and build a guitar. It's hard to get it to actually capture the idea in my head though. Yeah. Hopefully it gets better with time. And sometimes just seeing like other people's designs helps kind of like trigger the imagination. Man, I don't understand where I'm even at. What I do know, though, is that a couple of years later, the part of the ceiling of the cinema collapsed while people were in one of the screens watching a movie. Thankfully, nobody was hurt, but it turned out there was a huge amount of space at the top of the building that spanned most of the area and that it hadn't been constructed very well. Thankfully, nobody was hurt, but it turned out there was a huge amount of space at the top of the building that spanned most of the area and that it hadn't been constructed very well, apparently, since it eventually collapsed. I know I saw a large, creepy-looking guy go into that bathroom, and I know he then disappeared. My theory is that he somehow knew how to get into the crawl space through a ceiling vent and then went off and did something. What and why, I don't know. It's either that or my local cinema, which is still there to this day, albeit very much refurbished and higher quality with a fixed ceiling, is Fuck me, dude, I can't. It's like 6 sentences in one. Professor Hyde says, I'm a Butlerian jihadist. I wrote in main chat. What does that mean? That sounds scary. This guy with the 2 says, stay cool, cool cat. Thank you, this guy. I appreciate you. What is a Butlerian jihadist? Oh, it didn't even let me. Butlerian jihadist. Jamie, pull that up. Oh, it's from Dune. Nice. Dune, the Butlerian Jihad, is a science fiction novel. The novel introduces generations of characters whose families will later become the most significant. Oh, okay. So it's like for the house butler, and then they blow themselves up maybe, or maybe they just serve them. Is there no twerking for donations? At $30+, not for $2, even though I'm very thankful. Yeah, here we go. Another watch list. Mojo's top 10 watch list. Matthew, Patches Crop, Melody, Dispatch, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you for the shout out. No, you're good, dude. No, I understand. I mean, like, the desire to break into YouTube it's high, you know, and I do believe that AI has the possibility of creating quality content. It's just, unfortunately has the possibility of creating a lot of slopperton as well, you know what I mean? And who knows, maybe your voice is better than whatever that voice is, you know? And you could create something, you could still use like AI to like help you with certain things, but you just have that human touch, you know, for the actual recording and the presentation and all that kind of stuff, and people will like it more so. Because like honestly, it's a big, like sometimes people hear the AI voice and they might like it, but then a lot of people are just like, ah, fuck. Joel, remember how we accidentally got your stream taken down by watching Opal by Jack Stott? Yeah, I remember we watched something, and that was a while ago. That was like a scary flick, wasn't it, or something? It's the reason they take out all robots in Dune. Yeah. And we will not forget your betrayal of the Butlerians. Do you know who Glass Animals is yet? That was like a band, right? I didn't listen to them, sorry. It's either that. It's either that or my local cinema, which is still there to this day, albeit very much refurbished and higher quality, with a fixed ceiling, is haunted by the ghost of a large man who hangs around the bathrooms. And honestly, I don't know which theory I prefer. Okay, we probably won't put that one till the end because it was kind of boring. When I was in college in the mid-2000s, I joined the AV Club. One of the many AV Club activities involved having an every other week movie night, where a chosen curator would show 2 movies on the projector in our auditorium and give a little speech about their choices afterwards. I guess the main purpose was to familiarize ourselves with the equipment, which was kind of the point of the club. But I think for most of us AV Club, oh my god. If a word is over 2 syllables, I'm so cooked. I guess the main purpose was to familiarize ourselves with the equipment, which was kind of the point of the club. But I think for most of us AV Club... Alright, dude, just fucking start a new sentence. Start a new sentence. Please, God. Start a new sentence. I guess the main purpose was to familiarize ourselves with the equipment, which was kind of the point of the club. But I think for most of us, AV Club came second to Movie Club. I know it was my highlight anyways, at least until it wasn't. God fucking damn it. I know it was my highlight anyway, at least until it wasn't. The AV Club president was called John Weiss, and we'd been friends since elementary school. Our parents were friends, he and I were friends, and our friends were friends. And I won't lie, I loved John. You know the rapper Little Dicky? That guy reminds me so much of John, especially in his show Dave. John was smart, hilarious, and growing up he was sort of like a brother to me. And yeah, you can kind of see where this is going, can't you? To me, he was like my brother from another mother. And to him, he was relegated to a certain zone. For friends... What? What the fuck is this saying? To him, he was relegated to a certain zone for friends. And I had absolutely no idea. Oh, a friend zone? Oh, like he was mad at... How were we supposed to see where that was coming? What were they talking about? Are they talking about the friend zone and how, like... What about that sentence implied at all that we should have been anticipating any mention of the friend zone? I don't really understand. 7 grams, about the size of a plastic spoon, potentially causing dementia. Jesus. There's just a whole spoon in there. There's enough microplastics in your brain to just replace the area where there's supposed to be a soul. Sir, we're dropping bombs on the friend zone. To him, he was relegated to a certain zone, for friends, and I had absolutely no idea. Just no clue whatsoever that he had feelings for me. I know people often don't believe what we say. I know people don't often believe when we say this, and maybe in a lot of cases it's true, but here I genuinely did not. In fact, not to rub salt in the wound, but I was pretty damn sure that he was actually gay. I mean, the first movie he showed at AV Club was What the fuck is this? Lizomania? A movie about Lizzo? Listomania. What the fuck's that? Is that a movie? Where does a soul come from? Where does it go when it's gone? I don't know. I remember asking my pastor about that in the past. I was like, does your soul exist before you're born? Does it exist once your body is conceived to a certain extent, and then the soul manifests out of the biology of the creature, and then it continues onwards? And he said, I'm inclined to believe the latter. And I said, what latter? Joe, have you heard the song Heat Waves on the radio? It goes, sometimes all I think about is you, late nights in the middle of June, heat waves been fagging me out. No, I haven't. In fact, not to rub salt in the wound, but I was pretty damn sure he was actually gay. I mean, the first movie that he showed me at AV Club was Litzomania. Yeah, I'm gonna fucking die. Listomania. In fact, not to rub salt in the wound, but I was pretty sure that he was gay. I mean, the first movie that he showed at AV Club was Listomania, for Christ's sake. In a double bill with Schindler's List. In a double feature with Schindler's List, to give you an idea of his sense of humor. In fact, I was so sure that he was gay that I had a running joke with my close friend Tommy that John had a crush on him. It was one of those jokes where you say it because you have a crush on that person. And it turns out that Tommy reciprocated and we got together, and despite him being a jock and me being an AV Club geek, we soon became blah blah college hottest freshman couple. Didn't turn that, Tommy. Didn't hurt that. It didn't hurt that Tommy was a dead ringer for Brandon Ruth. Oh my fucking god, I don't know what these references are at all, and it's annoying as shit. Never doing movie shit again. When I don't know a reference, I go fucking mad. It didn't hurt that Tommy was dead. Alright, we're just deleting that sentence. Listen to this sentence. Didn't hurt that Tommy was a dead ringer for Brandon Ruth, too. So yes, I did show Superman Returns as one of my movies at AV Movie Club. I don't care. If you send in a story, you don't need every fucking little detail. Nobody needs to know about your personality. My lumbar. It turns out Tommy reciprocated and we got together. And despite him being a jock and me being an AV Club geek, we soon became blah blah college hottest freshman couple. Now anyway, AV Movie Club went well for a year or so. AV Movie Club went well for a year or more. Things with John and the rest of the gang went well as well, and things with Tommy went great. I've been kind of a wallflower in high school, a theater kid but a behind-the-scenes type, a bit of a plain Jane who wasn't into things like makeup or fashion, etc. In college, I guess I kind of blossomed, and hell was I going to make the most of it with my jock boyfriend who looked like a superhero but was as nerdy as me. And what I mean is, we made love a lot. No, I'm sorry, TMI, but this is relevant, I promise. AV... Oh my god. I don't know. I don't know, man. IDK and IDC. My lumbar, dude. AV Movie Club was always on a Friday. In this case, it was April, Friday the 13th. Unlucky for some, huh? I can't, dude, whenever it's like conversational, I don't know. It's annoying because I always have to go back and do it again because it never sounds natural because I can't anticipate it. I'm like an AI that anticipates writing, and I can't anticipate like dialogue style writing just like smack dab in the middle of a fucking sentence. What's up, Black Fedora? Do I read the stories before I start? I do not know. I wouldn't have time, honestly. There's just no time. There's no time for anything. We gotta move! AV Movie Club was always on a Friday. In this case, it was April, Friday the 13th. Unlucky for some, huh? And it was John's turn to host again. He set up the projector and took the stage. He told us that in the spirit of Friday the 13th, we were going to be watching Friday the 13th Part 5, which according to him was the best one. But first, we were going to watch an indie horror movie that had been very lucky. that he'd been very lucky to acquire. I forget exactly what he implied, but it was enough to have all of us excited. And without further ado, John returned to the projector at the back, dimmed the lights, and rolled the movie. It began with shaky handycam footage of someone walking through the undergrowth. You could hear loud, eerie breathing. And then an 80s-looking title card briefly appeared. It said, Heart Eater. Now, I could feel a strange, dizzy noise ringing in my ears. Something about what was happening on screen was making me very deeply uncomfortable. The dorm building was very familiar. The dorm building was familiar, very familiar. It was Tommy's dorm. But wait, of course it would be familiar. Ugh, Jesus fuck. I don't know, like the jumpity jump, jumpity jump, jump, jump. I just can't do it tonight. I don't know why. Like sentences that just like kind of aren't full sentences. It just like throws me off. Because is that good grammar? Like to say, like, I'm honestly curious. Like, would you get Christmas presents if you wrote, the dorm building was familiar, period. Very familiar, period. Like, is that normal? I mean, maybe it is normal. Jump around. Jump, jump, jump around. I could feel a strange... Oh my god. I could feel a strange ringing in my ears. Something about what was happening on screen was making me deeply uncomfortable. The dorm building was familiar. Very familiar. It was Tommy's dorm. But wait. Of course it would be familiar. This was an indie... Oh. But wait. Of course it was familiar. This was an indie horror film filmed on campus. We'd recognize everything we saw, obviously. The creeper with the camera crunched his way around the back of the building. There was a light snowfall on the ground, so I could tell that this had been filmed back in February. This was very indie. No boom mic, no sound crew, just the built-in mic on what I was sure was the AV Club camcorder. And I felt a sinking feeling as that camera creep began to approach a certain ground floor window. Somehow I'd known this was coming, though. I even knew exactly when this had been filmed and what was soon. Oh my god. I even knew exactly when this was... This has got to be so annoying for you guys to listen to, just me like fucking up every 10 seconds. Does it ever just like, where you listen, you're like, what am I even listening to? Some guy fucking reading shit 9,000 times in a row. Nothing better than Titanic. I even knew exactly when this had been filmed and what was soon to happen. What I didn't know was just how much had been captured on camera. Dude, every time I try to highlight a section on I hate this. There's always like a big overlay that comes up when I highlight stuff, and I do not know how to make it go away. Whatever. You're here for the flub-ups? Okay, perfect. That's how I prove I'm human. Okay. What I didn't know was just how much had been captured on camera. Still breathing heavily, camera creep snuck up to Tommy's window. Back then, we were young, dumb, and horny, and sometimes when the mood took us, we'd be all over each other without being 100% careful about our privacy. The window in Tommy's room looked out into the woods, and nobody ever went back there anyhow. The window in Tommy's room looked out into the woods anyhow, and nobody ever went back there. Now what I'm saying is, the day this Heart Eater movie had been filmed, Tommy and I had begun to get carried away, getting hot and heavy, without making sure that the curtains were closed. I won't describe the 10-minute scene that we were forced to sit through. I am grateful that the filmmaker masked our identities by using some kind of film distortion technique to make our faces look inhuman, like it was part of the narrative. It painted a clear picture that the fornicating people were in some way the villains here, despite the presence of the camera creep. Oh my god, oh my fucking god. Wait, why would they literally just had like a porn thing going for 10 minutes and everybody's like, yeah, this is normal. Yeah, I guess I'm assuming this John guy had like filmed them having sex, but I don't understand if they realized something was going on. Why the fuck wouldn't they jump in during like the entire 10 minutes of like playing this clip or whatever? It painted a clear picture that the fornicating couple were in some way the villains here, despite the presence of the camera creep breathing heavily and struggling to hold the camera steady as he focused on us. Unfortunately, the filmmaker did not show the same approach to anonymity towards our bodies as he did our faces. Everything was on display. Next to me, I could feel Tommy tensing, getting ready to leap up to throw hands. I pressed his thigh. Why? Why would you stop him? This is so stupid. Why would you actually stop this? Next to me, I could feel Tommy tensing, getting ready to leap up and throw hands. I pressed his thigh, and I shook my head. See, here was the problem. Nobody else knew it was us. By this point, obviously I'd started to suspect that the filmmaker, camera creep, was actually John. But he'd blurred our faces, he'd stylized the shots so you couldn't identify Tommy's room, or even if you could, nobody at AV Club would have been in his dorm room anyway as far as I knew. I doubted any of them even knew which dorm building he stayed in. So if we protested, if we said anything at all, we'd basically be revealing to everyone that this porno... Oh my god. Porno. What is your favorite YouTube horror story from any channel that is not yours? I don't know. I don't listen to any of them, honestly, so I don't really know. I feel bad. I just like don't consume any sort of like horror, true crime content at all. So, if we said anything at all, we'd basically be revealing to everyone that this adult film on display was us. I knew how the scene ended because I remembered that day. Tommy had been convinced that he heard someone outside the window and had dived butt naked to challenge that intruder. And now I got to see it from camera creep's perspective. He'd been filming through the corner of the window, clearly pretty well hidden, and as soon as he sensed Tommy reacting, he began to run into the forest. Then, and to give him credit, he did make this scene pretty tense and eerie. He filmed behind a tree. Jesus fuck, man, I can't. Like, it's so many, like, jump cuts in the fucking writing. It's insane. At least there was no donkey. Good point. It'd be more exciting if there was. Is YouTube gonna allow this? I mean, it's not like a graphic sex scene. It's just sort of like implied, I guess. So probably. Then, and to give him credit, he did make this scene pretty tense and eerie. He filmed from... Then, and to give him credit, he did make this scene pretty tense and eerie. He filmed from behind a tree as Tommy digitally oh my god, dude. Digitally altered to look like some kind of inhuman glitch being... Jesus fuck. Then, and to give him credit, he did make this scene pretty tense and eerie. He filmed from behind a tree as Tommy... Okay, I need to, like, edit this. Then, and to give him credit, he did make this scene pretty tense and eerie. Period. Like, why is this, like, continuing onwards? He filmed from behind a tree. He filmed from behind a tree, comma. No. He filmed from behind a tree. Jesus fuck, it's so annoying. Yeah, it's just like the most run-on shit ever. Then, and to give him credit, he did make this scene pretty tense and eerie. I guess it is all part of one sentence or whatever. Then, and to give him credit, he did make this scene pretty tense and eerie. He filmed from behind a tree as Tommy, digitally altered to look like some kind of inhuman glitch being, pulled shut the curtains. I could feel Tommy shaking with rage beside me. But what could we do? I didn't want these people to know it was my naked body they'd been watching in this art house indie horror, nor did Tommy, thankfully. Instead, we just sat there through the final scene. In it, Camera Creep filmed himself in the mirror. It was John, of course, I could tell, but he wore one of those blank, faceless masks. There was no dialogue in the movie. Instead, he put the camera down. In lipstick, he wrote on the mirror that this heart had... What is this fucking thing? There was no dialogue in the movie. Instead, he put the camera down. And in lipstick. Okay. I guess it is pretty creepy. It doesn't have anything to do with a movie theater, but whatever. Instead, he put the camera down and, in lipstick, wrote on the mirror that his heart had been eaten. Then he removed his shirt to show an admittedly impressive fake wound where his heart should have been. He reached up and touched the wound, then the mask, and began to remove it. Once the mask was gone, it revealed his face was all glitchy like ours had been. Cut to black, end credits, comprising... Once the mask was gone, it revealed his face was all glitchy like ours had been. Cut to black. End credits comprising a handful of names that were completely fabricated. Honestly, for a shitty college art house horror movie, it would have been that... I just can't find a rhythm with like how fucking janky this shit is. Professor High with the Two Sisters got my friend to agree to be my voice. No AI. Nice, dude. Just remember, though, if you're working with somebody, as your channel grows, they themselves are going to eventually become jealous of your success. So you better come to an agreement on like what the flat rate will be that you pay them, you know what I mean? With potentially the idea that, I don't know, they could make more money over time. Watch the new video on the other channel. Yeah, what'd you think? Yeah, you could do a 50-50 partnership for sure. Oh, that's good, yeah. But yeah, I don't know. It seems like the channels that really do pop off, like in the horror realm lately, are not so much just like story videos as much as just like covering topics and like incorporating your personality into like covering those scary topics overall. Basically true crime, but I don't know. Because you can never really go wrong on YouTube with like some video essays and yourself on camera with like good editing or something, you know what I mean? Because it's always going to be based around, like you'll be able to like market yourself as the thing. And sometimes people connect way more with like a human face than they do a voice, you know? So much content, Joel. The world is healing. But I am not. I am peeling open. What do you think about shorts? Shorts are tough, you know what I mean? Like I've tried shorts for a while and I just legitimately never got any of them to like go viral, you know what I mean? I think it's good to do, and you can take it and put it on to other platforms like TikTok and whatever, and hope that maybe people find you through there or whatever. It's tough, you know what I mean? And you don't get paid for anything on shorts. Like you get like jack shit squat bullshit. Like I remember some guy showed that he got like, from how many hundreds of millions of views he was getting on shorts, he got like billions of views total, but like only a couple grand in like payment, you know what I mean? So it's just like you get paid like nothing for shorts. And I only did shorts twice because I immediately started getting like notifications of people saying if I have to get another one of these notifications, I'm unsubscribing. So I'm just like, okay, if they're sending notifications, you know, to people in the same way that my normal videos are going out, then clearly something's not right here. Well, no, listen, a couple grand isn't nothing, but a couple grand for billions of views, bro, that's like, that could be millions of dollars for like a normal YouTube channel. So it's clear that like, whatever the fuck the payout is just, I don't know, YouTube Shorts is just like pennies. And that's also under the interpretation that you could ever produce content that's billions of views. All right, yeah, you get the idea. I wasn't trying to say that you should like turn down thousands of dollars. I'm just saying like the likelihood of even generating that amount of views. You give $2,000 for this to be over? Wait, why are you here then? Or do you mean the story? That'd be so funny to like begrudgingly sit through every one of my live streams. Honestly, for a terrible college art house horror movie, Honestly, for a terrible college art house horror movie, it wouldn't have been that bad. The AV Movie Club gave it a smattering of... The AV Movie Club gave it a bunch of awkward applause. The problem was, only myself, Tommy, and John... What? What the fuck? Like, I cannot find my footing on this. The problem was, only myself, Tommy, and John... I hoped it was just us three anyway. Oh my god, that's what it was. It's like a whole side note. Like there's 10,000 side notes. It's so fucking annoying, dude. Do I do full-time? YouTube full-time? I do, yeah. A smattering. Hey, Tree Flesh. Every story I say this. I know, but I just like tonight especially, like I don't know if they just like didn't edit the grammar at all for it, but it just seems like it's like jumping from like, I don't know. Maybe I should throw it through chat BBC and just fucking not worry about it. I guess that's what I normally do, right? Make it easier to read. The problem was, only myself, Tommy, and John, I'd hoped it was just the three of us anyways, knew that it was in fact revenge. Well, can't say revenge porn, can I? The problem was, only myself, Tommy, and John, I hoped it was just us three anyway, knew that it was in fact a revenge film for an unrequited crush that this guy must have harbored towards me for who knew how long. It was pretty easy to work out the motive from the name of the movie and the plot. The only way to challenge this would to... Alright, yeah, next story we're definitely putting through chat BBC, revenge corn. The only way to challenge this would be to out ourselves to everyone else. So for that night, instead of revealing John for the creep that he was, we just sat there and watched Friday the 13th Part 5 with the rest of the gang and pretended that the most horrifying, surreal, creepy experience of our lives hadn't just taken place. But don't worry, there is a final act. Neither Tommy nor I... Alright, you know what? Fuck it, dude. We're gonna put it in chat BBC. I should have did this in the beginning. How did I forget? Payback corn. Am I gonna restart? Yeah, I'm gonna restart the whole stream. No, I'm not gonna restart. Freshly shucked. Okay. Yeah, maybe it's just like a visual thing. Maybe it just like looks... And honestly, like text does look a lot better in chat BBC. But don't worry, there was a final act. Neither Tommy nor I planned to let it go. And so that night, we slipped away, quietly depriving John of the confrontation he'd likely been gearing up for. You can decide for yourself if we did the right thing. I know we didn't handle it like adults, and I won't pretend we did, but I also don't regret it, not even a little. What we did was simple. We acted like we had no idea what he was talking about. Every time John brought up the footage or tried to gauge our reactions, we just sort of blinked, confused. He started acting like a dog that expected to get kicked every time someone walked by, but that kick never came. We kept showing up to AV Club like nothing happened. And nearly a year went by. We figured that was enough time to convince him that the storm had passed, that nothing was coming, and that's when we made our move. And by then, we were sophomores. The club had grown, packed with new freshman faces, and eventually it was my turn to host a screening night. I picked 2 long, slow burn films that would See, instantly better. I don't know what it was. Can I kick that dog? That's when you pull the title of the creator and make the creep feel creepy. For being a creep, out-creep the creep, just stare at the screen without... Yeah. He knows what's up. I think what she had witnessed should have been made into a movie. If you watch the forensics channels, they do have movies and episodes about people that killed us for the funnel vision. That's what that guy did. What are you talking about? Valkyrie, thank you for subscribing to that. I appreciate you. I picked 2 long, slow burn films that would run late into the night. Long enough that when John walked home to his off-campus apartment, he didn't live in the dorms anymore. It would be well past midnight. Tommy and I lived in the opposite directions, so we had built-in alibis, and even if John had suspected something, what was he going to say? That he was being targeted because of something he'd filmed illegally over a year ago? What we did wasn't direct. We found a local message board and posted under a throwaway account, and we said that there was a guy who had been creeping around campus, trying to lure girls into his car. We described John in vague but recognizable detail. We gave a location, a time, and we said that we were planning to confront him and needed backup. We said to wear masks so nobody could identify each other, and we said that we'd be there too. Well, we weren't. We stayed far away. There was a chance no one would show up. There was a chance someone would go too far, and yes, sometimes I still think about that, about how we dangled something like bait, but we didn't lie. John was a predator. We just gave the facts and let other people's anger do the rest. The next day, word spread fast. John had been followed, cornered and humiliated, stripped and tied to a lamppost, wallet gone, phone smashed. No serious injuries, but enough to make a point. Campus police ruled it a mugging, and John didn't offer much detail, probably because he had no way of knowing who was behind it, or maybe he did, and just didn't bring himself to say it out loud. We never talked about it again. Tommy kept the secret until the day he... Oh, Jesus. Wait, so what the fuck happened? They posted on an anonymous thing, like something about him, but like being a creep, and then somehow people found... Like, I don't understand, there was a time, like they were gonna go look for him? I'm just confused. Would I let Mon Bleu do a concentration spell? No, thank you. I don't need any spells, please. The murder that she had witnessed, the guy was laughing about it. I don't think that's right, but I think that her encounter should be made into a movie. What are you talking about? Sorry. When you have to lower your volume because you're in public shopping and Joel goes off. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Is there a way to @ people on the app that I'm unaware of? I think you just type @ and then start to type it and it should come up and you can click it. Or like press space or something and then it should get it. Justin with the 2 says, if Kirby swallowed you, what ability would he get? Probably just a very, very loose asshole that just has a lot of drippings. We never talked about it again. Tommy kept the secret until the day he died in a car crash a few years later. And as for me, I've been told that I don't have long. Lung cancer, stage 4, so I'm telling this now. To unburden myself, I guess, or... What the fuck happened to everybody? Everybody's dying? So I'm telling this now, to unburden myself, I guess, or maybe to finally admit the truth out loud. What John did was... What John did to us was despicable, but the way he handled it, maybe that was too. Maybe we became something else in the process. Villains in a story nobody else ever heard. Do I regret it? Not entirely. There's still a part of me that thinks justice was done, even if it came wearing. Okay, why are they dying? Well, I guess they died. I guess that's all. There's really no other way around it than they just died. Sorry, I feel like I'm approaching it like I'm watching a movie or something, but then sometimes there's no real explanation to the fact that people just die. But I'm going to omit the part that they died, because I feel like it's a little bit of like, I don't know, it just seems like it sucks, but it's so random. Campus police ruled it a mugging. John didn't offer much detail, probably because he had no way of knowing who was behind it. Or maybe he did and just couldn't bring himself to say it out loud. And we never talked about it again. And what John did to us was despicable, but the way he... What John did to us was despicable, but the way we handled it, maybe that was too. Maybe we became something else in the process. Villains in a story nobody else ever heard. And do I regret it? Not entirely. There's still a part of me that thinks justice was done, even if it came wearing a different face. You subbed and liked my channel. Thank you. Appreciate you. There's a murder that recently happened in Pittsburgh in the city, and I was thinking that once he testifies against the guy that someone should make an encounter of what she witnessed into a movie. Yeah, maybe you could write the screenplay or something for her, or like write her story into a book and then get it turned into a screenplay, and I don't know. It's all kind of, probably shouldn't jump on that too soon. I'm cool, thank you. Congratulations on the new channel, thank you. Is there a place for us to submit our own personal scary stories that may be able to read in the video? Yeah, definitely. Let's read submissions at gmail.com. You can email it there, type it up. Threat level midnight. That's your new YouTube channel. Peace and love from Ireland. Best of luck with this. Thank you, Danielle. Appreciate you. How long have I been planning the new channel? Honestly, like multiple years. I just like couldn't get people to like do edits, you know what I mean? And then finally, you know, Simon Enecht, who does my like audio remastering for like the podcast, mentioned that his girlfriend like graduated with like a video editing, you know, degree. And I was like, oh, well, what the fuck? Does she want to like make videos? And then, so him, you know, they're both very talented, so they kind of like tag team it. And then at the same time, Robin hit me up and wanted to be involved as well. So I'm like, okay, let's do it. And you know, so they've been absolutely killing it. Read my story out loud first. No, I don't want to do that. That would take a long time. Oh, them to read their story out loud first. Sorry, my bad. All right. No, this is my fault. Honestly, I should have been throwing these stories directly into Chat BBC right out the gate. It's just better for my eyes. I don't know what it is. Like, if it's not a black background, like I just can't visually see what the fuck I'm looking at. What Chat BBC do for you? It just helps to fix the grammar and kind of clean shit up, so it's like just smoother to read. What exactly is Chat BBC? I could go to Google, but I want to hear. Oh, it's just Chat GPT, but I call it that because it's funny. And I'm the funniest guy I've ever met, pretty much. You like my clickety-clack keyboard? You could get one. You could get a mechanical keyboard. Dude, my back is so fucked, bro. I'm so annoyed. Genuinely so annoyed how old I feel with my, like, hurt back. My bad back. What time is it? It's 1 a.m. Damn. So some years ago, I worked as a cleaner at a local, reasonably large theater in my city. Things weren't as bad back then as they are now, but holy gosh darn, even back before the old Rona, theatergoers were just filthy animals. And sometimes it was fine, but on an average Friday night showing, I'd spend hours cleaning up copious amounts of popcorn, spilled soda, candy, and chocolate wrappers. Melted chocolate wrappers. Wait, what? Chocolate wrappers, melted chocolate... Oh, chocolate bars. And chocolate wrappers, melted chocolate bars. What is... How did this fuck up the... Come on, man. Let me see this. I'd spend hours cleaning up copious amounts of popcorn, spilled soda, candy, and chocolate wrappers, melted chocolate bar. Oh, okay. See, I'm so used to like sentences where they list shit. Once you say and, there's no further listing. Once you say and, no more, nothing can be added to the list. That's it. But it doesn't matter. It just throws me off a little bit. How to avoid hurt back? Just fucking lift properly and don't do shit stupidly and try to build up your posterior chain. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know. I feel like it was like a freak accident. Absolute freak. I was throwing it back too hard. But the thing is, I'm fairly certain that like the reason I got hurt was because almost like I overstretched before doing like higher intense exercises, and the fact that I was not entirely like activated, so it was almost like it was kind of loose, and then, I don't know. SpaceX caught on fire. No! My favorite space company. But on an average Friday night showing, I'd spend hours cleaning up copious amounts of popcorn, spilled soda, candy, and chocolate wrappers, melted chocolate bars, all sorts. And sometimes it would be things that we didn't even sell. I once found a seat stuck between... Oh my God. I once found a seat stuck together by a full, untouched bologna sandwich, and I swear I'd watch the theatergoers head into the movie, and there would be more food to clean up than they took with them in the first place. And that was the good times. You don't even know what the amount of vile, unspeakable things that I had to scrub away with the aid of rubber gloves, a hard-bristled brush, and industrial-strength detergent. Let's just say, people are disgusting, yo. I guess it came as a shock at first, because my mama raised me right and good and taught me to clean up after my own damn self. And we also grew up poor, and me and my mother and younger brother Tyrell, so if I bought a hot dog, then I was damn well gonna eat that hot dog, not just squash it into a cup holder. Now, believe it or not though, the disgusting hygiene and cleanliness of others isn't the point of this scary story. It's about one night when I was working very late. I think it was a midnight showing of Hereditary, and midnight showings at our theater actually meant that it hit midnight around the halfway point, so by the time the movie was done and everyone had filed out, I was there to clean up. It'd be funny if every one of my subscribers was English second language. I'm huge in the Philippines. Have you guys ever watched Mr. Robot? I've been told for years that I should watch that show. Midnight showings at our theater actually meant that it hit midnight around the halfway point, so by the time the movie was done and everyone had filed out, I was there to clean up close to 2 a.m. Thankfully, it didn't seem too chaotic. I went about my business with my trash bag, my little grabby claw, and my bucket on wheels filled with the usual equipment. And so movie theaters get lit up after a movie's been shown, right? Well, in our movie theater anyways, after a midnight showing, they just kind of kept the lights dim. I guess they were just too cheap to give the poor cleaning girl full clear vision, who knows. But I was cool with it. I'd caught the tail end of the movie and it gave me the spooks, so I was kind of enjoying the atmosphere of a half-lit movie theater as I went about cleaning up. Then movement caught my eye. Something sort of skittering across the aisle near the front, from one row to the other side. And I say this like a spider, but it was the size of a human being. Like someone had rapidly crawled from one side of row C to the other. Anyone there? I called out, praying to the Lord above that there wouldn't be a reply. And there wasn't, of course. There must have been my imagination, I guess, so I just went back to cleaning. And then, no mistaking it, rustling from near aisle E, the sound of popcorn crunching underfoot, and I'd know that sound anywhere. What the hell should I do, I thought. I had no idea who was left in that theater that late at night, and for all I knew, it was just me and our old-ass manager. I heard a sound from across the theater, and it was hard to tell in the gloom, but it looked like someone had thrown a soda cup across. I remember Mr. Robot being good, but I barely remember it. Yeah, it's not even about a robot at all. We heard a sound from across the theater, It was hard to tell in the gloom, but it looked like someone had thrown a soda cup. I heard a sound from across the theater. It was hard to tell in the gloom, but it looked like someone had thrown a soda cup across the room. Then, while my gaze was pointed in that direction, a shadow darted over the seats near the front of the screen. More crunching sounds, and then suddenly silence. I began to creep slowly as I could toward the exit door, and for a moment, I thought I'd screwed myself when my shoe got stuck on some sticky soda spill, and I grabbed the sheet, shaking it somewhat. There was silence, and I made it almost to the exit. And then I heard more skittering lower down the room. I stayed very still, waiting, pretending like I'd left. A shape crawled along the aisle, and this time I saw them very clearly. It was a person, a thin, emaciated-looking person, dragging themselves commando-style across the aisle. Oh, hell no. Hell to the no. I wasn't sticking around for this.
I'm just gonna back out real slowly,
I called out into the darkness. But a voice spoke back. I have no idea what she said. It was in a language that I honestly couldn't really tell what it was, and it didn't sound threatening though, almost scared. Now I called out asking if the person was okay, but no reply. But I could hear them moving around, and it sounded like they were getting closer, and I didn't like that. My plan was to leave and call the cops, but then that figure, the person, fully leaped over the seats, hurtling forward over the next aisle too, leaping straight for me. They were yelling something I couldn't understand, but they did not sound... They did not. They cited me, yeah. Got caught on my Dr. Pepper spill. A crew member literally hacked into my face today. Hope I don't get diseased. What happened? Hacked into your face? Like with a computer? What's up, Jay? Snagglepuss. It was Snagglepuss who took a hatchet to your face. Oh, they like coughed in your face. I thought they like hit you with a bludgeoned, sharp instrumentation. They were yelling something I couldn't understand, but they didn't sound scared anymore. I kind of froze, not sure which direction to go. Right would lead me to the aisle and let me leave the theater, but in the half-darkness, this figure charging at me, leaping over chairs, I was not thinking straight. When she was just an aisle away, I saw that she was some Caucasian girl, looked like a teenager, and she had short, filthy blonde hair. Her face was dirty. She had ketchup and mustard smeared all over her mouth. What? Oh, the bitch. Okay, they were going to say the bitch. Okay. Oh, man. You passed your NCLEX. Nice, Ash. Was that your first go? And did you just graduate? You must have just graduated and took your NCLEX. Because this is pretty early summer. "85 questions and yes, just graduated." Nice, Ash. That's crazy. Where are you doing? Do you have a job lined up as well? She had a short, filthy blonde... Wait, where was that? Wasn't thinking straight when she was now I saw... Oh, yeah. She had a fort... Oh, yeah. ER. Nice, dude. Well, hell yeah. You're on the right track, then. You're on top of your shit. You're probably A-type personality, ready to rock and roll. got all your ducks in a row. And cool thing is that, like, yeah, you can get that, like, year or two experience in the ER. You might stick around. You might like it. And at that point, you can just go work anywhere you want, really. Hey, Zella, take care. Peace out. And you can start your scary YouTube channel. Oh, Zella, you have music? Can we listen to your music? Let's listen to Zella's music without her permission. Real reaction. Nice. This is cool. Drop the link. Kind of reminds me of like the soundtrack from Smile 2. They kind of had a vibe like this a lot. Do you guys know Zella? I don't think I've ever seen Zella comment in chat before. But she's about to be the next big thing, starting here in the stream. Ready, here we go, baby. Here it comes. This part's cool. I like this chorus. Shirley Manson. It is very nostalgic, yeah. Nice. Nice. I love it. Cool. Yeah, I don't know why. I like saw Zell comment and I was like, that looks like an official page. You know what I mean? When you can see someone's PFP in their name and you're like, that looks like a content creator. And like, she only has 280 subscribers, so go check her out. But I don't know. Interesting. Okay. Anyway, sorry. She had short, filthy blonde hair, her face was dirty, and she had ketchup and mustard smeared around her mouth. This young white lady had been crawling around eating the vile leftovers off the theater floor. It's funny how your mind acts in a pinch, because my immediate thought was pity for this hungry, emaciated teenager. And like I said, I grew up poor and I sympathized. But my moment of empathy caused me to freeze, and But my moment of empathy caused me to freeze, and she leaped over the final aisle and was on top of me. I don't think she wanted to hurt me. I think she just hadn't understood me and wanted to make sure that she could escape without me somehow restraining her. But still, she threw me back against the seat, hard. Okay. Let me just start that whole fucking paragraph over. I don't think she wanted to hurt me. I think she just hadn't understood me and wanted to make sure that she could escape without me somehow restraining her. But still, she threw me back against the seat hard, and I heard my spine even crack in a way that made me wince. Now don't worry, I'm fine. It was just kind of like cracking a knuckle, as it turns out. And then this chick was sort of shaking me, spit flying onto my face. She's kind of yelling, sort of begging in whatever language she was talking in, and so I did the only thing I could think to do. I grabbed her head with both my hands and turned her face toward a whole pile of popcorn on the floor and just yelled, "Eat it," hoping that she'd get the point that I was just going to let her. And she did. She jumped off of me, went toward that popcorn, and just began pouring it into her own face. Now, what the fuck? What the fuck? I just like casually throw a slur in here. Okay, that's kind of weird. Indy, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Okay. You too broke to renew membership. It's all good, no worries. All you have to do is do it once a year and you can just listen to everything in succession. A human Roomba, yeah. Now this psycho had scared me, but I didn't have it in my heart to get some teenage runaway busted by the cops. And maybe this was a dumb idea, but you hear about young girls running away like this for a pretty good reason, and being sent back to the places that ruin them forever. Wait, what? But you hear about young girls running away like this for a good reason, and then end up being sent back to places that ruin them forever. So I let her eat for a minute, and then just kind of poked her gently with my trash grabber claw. "Hey, you gotta go," I told her, motioning at the exit door to the back gesturing at the exit door at the back which led outside. She starts shaking her head and just kept shoveling that popcorn into her mouth. "My boss is gonna be here any minute, you gotta go," I said, gesturing again, hoping she understood enough English to at least comprehend what I was saying. And I guess she did, because she takes one final scoop of popcorn and then just starts running towards the exit door. And it was only later that I realized how much damn danger I just put myself in and how potentially stupid I'd been in that moment. I never told anyone about this incident. I had nightmares about it for weeks. Only in those nightmares, she wasn't some harmless girl from Eastern Europe or wherever she was from. She was a demon crawling between the aisles, eating its way through the seats. I saw her again once. What the fuck, really? I'm pretty sure I even saw her again once. It was a couple of years later, shortly before I left the theater to move on to bigger, better things. And she was there on, I guess, a date? The guy she was with, he didn't look like a good kind of person, not at all. And I guess you shouldn't just judge a book by its cover, but he gave me really bad vibes. And to this day, I wonder if he was someone that she met on the streets or someone she'd been sent back home to. All I know is cleaning movie theaters at night can be a freaking terrifying thing. I see the TikToks and the YouTube shorts of the state. I see the TikToks and the YouTube shorts of the way that people leave things. Dude, I can't. I don't understand. I see the TikToks and the YouTube shorts of the way people leave things, and I just sort of laugh because, girls, if that's as bad as it gets for you, then you're lucky. Because I learned that day, sometimes there's more to be afraid of than finding a squished hot dog in your theater aisle. Okay, thank Christ. It is getting easier to read them, though, as we continue through using Chat BBC to clean shit up. Is this the last one? No. I'm going to take a quick break, though. I'm going to run up and grab some tea. Is chat dead? Are you guys dead? Just kidding. But I'm going to grab some tea and BRB, and then we'll come back and we got 2 more stories after this. I think. Yeah. You guys chill, Max. I'll see you in a sec. I wish I knew. I wish I knew you wanted me. I wish I knew. Kitty, are you biting me? Pradeep's so pissed that I didn't give him his 6th meal today. He comes up and nibbles at my knee. What do you want? Where'd you go? Wait, are you trying to be spooky? You think you're smart? He's actually like using the curtains as like hiding behind. He looks so dopey. Oh my god. What do you think you're doing? Guys, if you don't have a cat, you really gotta get a cat. They're stupid as shit. They're funny. Dogs too. Get a dog. What's up, Chelsea? Yeah, I've been doing good. We got a new true crime channel. If you want to check that out. Cats don't fast. Yeah, they're funny. What's up, Jade? Why you not fed your son? I did feed him though. That's what's stupid is. He just wants. He wants something more than food. You're sad. Why are you sad? Like in the new graphics. Thank you. Yeah. They've been around for a while, but Robin, isn't that crazy? Robin probably made that like 7 years ago or some shit. He's just that talented that some of the shit that he makes is just like timeless. Found this channel with the name Saturn in it and it sounds just like you. Really? What's it called? Oh, my channel. Yeah. Saturn Soul, baby. Let's go. You'll reproduce with Elon when? What, you're going to? I've been disappointed by someone I like. Welcome to Earth, dude. That's fucking from the time you're born till the time you die. It never stops. Wait till you look in the mirror. Wait till the disappointment you see there. Not you, but me looking in the mirror. Hi, I love your channel. Hope you have a great rest of your day. Thank you, Taylor. Good to see you. Why Saturn Soul? I don't know, dude. I'm a little worried that all the souls, when they die, they get stuck in Saturn. No, you're not ugly at all, Jade. You're beautiful. I don't know what you look like, but I'm sure you're beautiful. Beautiful as heck. Beautiful as the sun goddess Hecatha. Just saw Sinners and Bring Her Back. 2 great horror movies. Nice. As all of heck. What's up, babes? How do I know Jade? No, I don't know Jade. I mean, she's just a regular that comes into chat. It's kind of like Shorn's a regular. Let's see who's a regular. Everyone's the green name is a regular, obviously. A guy said you were cute, but you had no sex appeal. What does that even mean? Yeah, everybody's a regular. A normie. How do you feel about reading for a few hours of kids' stories? I'd love for you forever and ever and ever. What do you mean? Like, be someone's dad? And raise them? Read them stories? Yeah, we're YouTube cousins. Alright. Let's get this skedaddling. Just a quick story for you here. I found you through a podcast and saw you took submissions on this YouTube, so I thought I'd shoot you a quick email. So a couple of years back, after the lockdowns here in the United Kingdom had... Oh my goodness. YouTube was bad with showing live streams. I used to frequent the live streams, but they stopped popping up, so I thought you stopped doing them till recently. Yeah, YouTube fucking sucks for notifications anymore, and it's quite upsetting. I legitimately like have no idea how YouTube works anymore because, dude, they have like a ranking system of like 1 is the best and 10 is the worst. Dude, at this point, based on how like views have moved, my like 1 rank video is basically pretty close in similar views to a 10 rank video, which like isn't good because that basically indicates that YouTube doesn't suggest the video out to like a bunch of new people, you know what I mean, as much, and it's, I don't know, it's a little concerning, I suppose. I mean, I guess in many ways it's like, okay, I've, you know, cultivated a specific audience of whatever here on YouTube, and that's good, but it's also just sort of odd to think like it might not organically grow on its own as much as it used to. But I suppose not everything can continue forever. Listening to read a simple kid's book and go left in a horror theme would be a riot. That would be pretty good, yeah. Starts off as a simple kid's book and just becomes freaky. I still, despite some of the recent decisions of YouTube part, since the jerks are picking too many winners and losers as of late. Yeah, I don't know. I love when Joel uses the word anymore. That's the way my grandpa used to say it. Things are expensive anymore. Oh my god, yeah. I hear people like will say like they say it's like I don't even know. I think it came, well, not me, but I hear people say like, so I did. That's an old person saying, so I did. Yeah, you got down there, so he did. You like old men. You like old men and you cannot lie. All the other brothers are over 35. If a young man walks in with a little bitty gut, I get annoyed. I think it might be on some people's likelihood of near same AI personality traits. I think perhaps. What did you say? I don't really understand. My man doesn't have a beer gut and a receding hairline. I don't want him, she says. Alright. A couple of years back, after the lockdowns here in the UK had lifted and everyone was desperate to get back to the movie theaters again, my family and I decided to go. So the hubby and I decided that we'd let our kids pick the movie. Never again, though. They picked this crap called Shazam, Fury of the Gods or something, which was a sequel to a movie that we hadn't seen in the Batman series or something like that. However, they were absolutely adamant that it was the new Captain Marvel movie, and needless to say, alright, we're putting this through chat BBC real quick. Like when they're kind of fat in a paternal way, not an obese way. That's funny. So a dad bod. You like the dad bod. Joel, when will you reproduce with Elon? Doesn't he do it through apoptosis or something like that? So I don't even need... Maybe I can just like jizz spores into the air and then he can just absorb them. Or maybe I can do that. Fix this grammar. Don't change the text. I got some stories about demonic possession working in a ALF, aka an insane asylum for mentally handicapped adults. Interesting. Yeah, send that in. Let's read submissions at gmail.com. Fury, not furry. We're keeping furry. It's too good. It's just too good. Key to your best 65-year-old rural Pennsylvania redneck impression. Yep, sweet Alabama suffering succotash, so he did. Yeah, that some bitch came down here. He's gotta tell us about him. All sorts of stupid some bitchin' shit. Do a Chinese accent. Hi, my name is Taylor Lee. I am Chinese. This is my accent. pleasure to meet all of you. I hope to be an engineer one day, and I hope to make my family proud. Oh, why YouTube recommends channels or even how often it notify. Also, perhaps I mainly have what feels like hundreds of subscribers. I don't know. Do a Mexican accent. Greetings, everyone. It is I, Jonathan Velasquez, and I am a descendant of a Mexican family. We moved to Southern California 2 generations ago. My father was searching for a better life, dealing with the cartel and the corrupt government that is Mexico. I now work at Disneyland, and I work in the animatronics.
And they come alive at night. They come alive at night.
Hey, Rodrigo, please, let me talk.
They come alive at night. Don't they, to tell them about that.
Listen, Rodrigo, I'm trying to talk to the people. Needless to say, it was not so. They were restless and angry right from the get-go. At the time, my boy was 8 and my girl was 6. I'm guessing my family weren't the only ones bored by the movie because, close to the front, a group of teens were being fairly obnoxious, using their phones and just generally being a bit rowdy. Normally, I'm the first to criticize their behavior, but this movie was so bad and so hard to follow that I'm not sure that I really could blame them too much. There was a woman up front, closer to them, who seemed to be there with a guy. I can't tell if he was her adult son or if she was just a cougar, but I think it was the latter. Now anyways, in fairness to her, the teens were closer to her than they were to us, and maybe she was a really big fan of this Shazam character, and this was her most awaited movie of the year. I can't tell if he was her adult son or if she was just a cougar, but I think it was the latter. Now anyways, in fairness, the teens were closer to her than they were to us, and maybe she was a really big fan of this Shazam character and this was her most awaited film of the year. Now I still think that she could have just tried asking those teens to pipe down and put their phones away though. Instead, and I kid you not, she jumped up from her seat, vaulted over into the next aisle, and then walked up behind the boys, screaming, "Shut up!" and then proceeds to grab one of the teens' phones. He swung around in his seat and I guess something... Shazam! He swung around in his seat and I guess something in the woman's eyes spooked him because he began frantically apologizing. This teenage boy was terrified of this Karen. Honestly, I didn't blame him. She was pretty intimidating. And this Karen was having none of it. She flung the boy's phone down, and from the sound... the sound of it. New channel, 1.4 subs already. Nice. Thank you, Fry, for checking. Yeah, that's exciting. I do hope it... I don't know. I think it has a lot of potential. It's got everything... In my opinion, it's got everything it needs. And then we'll do the promo tomorrow. All that kind of stuff. Remember when Joel kept hypothetically nuking Seattle? No. When did Joel do that? It's not like it's part of the plan or anything. I just had a surprise meet my son's girlfriend and mom. I look like a zombie, but oh well. Yeah, I mean, you're not the one getting married anymore, right? So, I think that's pretty sweet. It's nice of you to hang out with them. Does it serve spaghetti? I hope so. And Karen was having none of it. She flung the boy's phone down, and from the sound, she stamped on it. One of his friends, a bigger kid, started squaring up to the Karen and began climbing over the seat. And that's when she reached into her handbag that she'd been carrying and pulled out what looked like a long wooden brush. And with this big swing, she clocked this kid straight in the jaw with a goddamn back scrubber or something. She hit him so hard that the stick literally broke, and the brush head part went flying off into the dark auditorium. At this point, chaos ensued. Kids were wailing, adults were screaming. The adult son slashed Karen's toy boy was... Wait, what? Oh, slash. I thought he slashed. Oh. Joe, I quit my membership at the Ghetto Planet Fitness I was at and started going to my college's gym, and I love it. That's good, yeah. Probably nicer to be around people your age and, just get absorb that testosterone from the bros. Hey, there's Luke, speaking of testosterone. What's up, broski? I simply grabbed my family, oh wait. And at that point, chaos ensued. Kids were wailing, adults were screaming. The adult son / Karen's boy toy was rushing over to try and de-escalate the situation. And I simply grabbed my... What the fuck? What the hell was that? Was that you guys? And it has 2 heated pools and a pickleball court. That's cool. I never played pickleball, but I fucking love heated pools. Like, there's nothing that brings me greater joy than getting into a pool with a pair of like sick-ass goggles, snorkel goggles, and then a pair of flippers, and just going around like a merman. It's such a good feeling. It's the spirit stalking.
He's the spirit stalking. The animatronics, they come alive at night. They tried to warn us.
I simply grabbed my family, ushered them into the full... Wait, dude, I'm so out of it. At that point, chaos ensued. Kids were wailing, adults were screaming. The adult son / Karen's boy toy was rushing over to try and de-escalate the situation. And I just simply grabbed my family, ushered them into the foyer, and told the cinema employees that a woman was going mad in there and had just assaulted a kid with a weapon. There was no way that I was sticking around to witness what played out. We fled from the movie theater and drove home. And I saw in the local paper the next day that an altercation had occurred in that cinema and was never able to find any more about it. I'm guessing she was rich and paid the kid off or something like that to keep it out of the court, or I don't know. But it was absolutely terrifying. But it was an absolutely terrifying thing to witness. Horrible, yes, but on the plus side, at least we didn't have to sit through the rest of that movie. I would honestly like to hear Joel read a scene from Maximum Overdrive. Yeah, why does that sound so familiar? What's that from? I just came across your channel and love it. You got me through so many long days. Just wanted to say thank you. Welcome, Georgia girl. Stay safe out there. Do you want me to post my story to Gmail or Supernatural? Yeah, sure. Let's read submissions at gmail.com. Just kind of like in the subject title, like say what it's tentatively about, and then you can type it up. What's up, Kay? Also, I feel like I was just thinking in my head that what I said to Darla was a little bit rude about the person coming in and her not having to worry about what she looks like. And I was like, that's not what I meant. I feel like I sounded like an old husband. So I apologize for that. Have him read the Morse code part. You learned it didn't matter. Yeah, that's all good. Sorry, I just didn't want you to think I was like dismissive of what you said. I hope your true crime channel has tons of ads because it won't be legit otherwise. Too legit to quit ads. Dude, I don't know. And the nice thing is that it actually might not, because the videos are like too short, that it might only be able to like put, well, not like super short, but they might only be able to put ads on the outsides of it, you know what I mean? Rather than on top of it. Fix. Do I use Pinterest? You know, the funny thing is, I used Pinterest to find my avatar, right? It was like 70s sci-fi, 70s sci-fi art was on Pinterest. But then beyond that, was it Pinterest? I don't know. But beyond that, I've never used Pinterest. But I am Pinterested in what it is all about. Fix this grammar. Don't change anything. The artist is from Pennsylvania. Who's that? Do I know what an American Girl doll is? I've heard that. Oh, is that from Love on the Spectrum? Like the girl from Love on the Spectrum who's like, thinks she like really loves country music and the American Girl dolls. She collects a bunch of American Girl dolls. She's awesome. Dude, I love that show. That is such a good fucking show. The artist of my avatar is from Pennsylvania? Really? Dude, Pennsylvania makes the coolest people. You're getting another one for your birthday? That's cool. You like dolls? PA gang, baby. DBZ abridged, maybe. Maximum overdrive, maybe. Maybe. Thanks, Jonah. American Girl came after Cabbage Patch. Oh, okay. Are they from the same, like, litter? Conan O'Brien visits American Dolls store. That sounds fun. I miss Conan. I feel like I haven't seen any of his shit in forever. Hope he's doing alright. He was kind of like loosely one of those like comedians who didn't become sort of like sell their souls to become like Jimmy Kimmel and all those guys. Oh, Jeremy's back. It's a very expensive doll. All tween girls want. Nice. The tweens. Betwixt the tween. 3 hours, 45 minutes behind. I'll help you fix your back. That would be nice. Tell me how. Tell me how. I actually been feeling pretty good. Like, it's just one of those things where whenever it reminds me that there's a, herniated aspect of it and the nerve pinches, I'm like, oh, fuck, and all the muscles tense up and I'm right back to where I started. Grace Kelly was born in Pennsylvania. Who's that? Wait, isn't Grace Kelly America's most pretty person or something like that? Like a most beautiful person thing? I've been on a kick and I'm watching Rear Window like 4 times this week. That's awesome. Dude, I'm one of those people where I watch a movie once and I don't have to watch it for like a decade. Well, not that I don't have to watch it, it's just like, I don't know, it's like all the novelty is like sucked out of it and I just can't gain anything more from it. Grace Kelly, Princess of Grace Monaco, actress, To Catch a Thief. The most prettiest person in the whole pretty. Have I watched the movie May? I haven't. I don't watch anything, man. I can't even look. I can't even open my eyes. I'm so sweepy. Okay, so this is the last story, right? Okay. I don't even know what this wants me to answer. Okay. What movie you been watching, or show or movie you watched recently, Jeremy? Also, Jeremy, I want to warn you, my writing that I sent you is like, it's just like cringe, like anime. You know what I mean? It was like I watched an anime and then I'm like, all right, write this, and it's obviously not finished either or whatever. But who knows? Maybe you could bring it to existence. Have I seen The Substance? I have actually seen The Substance, and it was fine. You know, like everybody was beautiful, yada yada. But it was just, it was one of those ones where I was like, haven't we seen this movie before? Where it's like, what would you do for eternal life or eternal beauty and all that kind of stuff? And it to me, it just felt like an extended episode of like a Black Mirror episode in many ways. And I guess that's kind of happening a lot more recently, right? Like where they're just like taking like TV shows or TV episodes or something and then just kind of like translating them into like streamable movies. I don't know. Just watched a decent alien invasion movie, No One Will Save You. Interesting. What was that about? So what would you do for a Klondike bar? Oh man. Unspeakable things. But not a whole lot. I'd probably pay like $3.65. Weird thing is like for as much as like that saying goes around, what would you do for a Klondike bar? I feel like Klondike bars are like relatively unpopular. Like the idea of just like going out of your way into like a store and like opening up their freezer and pulling out an ice cream thing and then like unraveling it and then eating it. Like all of that sounds great, but it's like, it's also just I don't know, it seems like a chore. They need to put a fucking stick in it. That's what they need to do. What would you do for a Klondike lollipop? They need to put nicotine in it is what they need to do. They're nasty. Damn. You think it would just be like simplistic, but when I think of a Klondike bar, like you think of the saying, but even the saying itself feels like it's like harkening back to the year 1972, which is fine. But like at the same time, like to actually come across a Klondike bar in like the wild, it's like you go to your friend's parents' house who are, 65, and they had him when they were 40, which is fine again, and like it's just like deep in the recesses of the Arctic of their freezer, you find a Klondike bar, and it's for some reason like completely impervious to frostbite, even though it's been in there for over a decade. And you're so high that you're just like, can I have this? And he's like, huh? Can I have this? What the fuck is that? Fucking Klondike bar? What would you do for a Klondike bar? Yeah, you can have it. I don't care. I don't have any problem with older people at all. I'm just simply stating, I'm fucking old. Look at me, dude. I got a herniated disc in my butt. A herniated piece of poop coming out of my ass. The movie... Wait, did I... That fucking cocksucking fuck. Sorry. So it was a busy show, and the movie was The Silence of the Lambs. I didn't know much about it, and I hadn't read the book. All I knew was that my buddy had told me that it was gnarly and that we had to go. And then, when the time came, he canceled on me an hour before the movie started, and I just decided to go by myself. There wasn't an empty seat in the house, though. The commercials had started as I made my way down the aisle and squeezed along the row to my seat. A few mutters and mumbles from the moviegoers I squished past, and then I finally just jumped into my seat. Now, the guy next to me was wearing a thick old coat and a very... Now, the guy next to me was wearing a very thick old coat and what I actually recognized to be a Tribbley, even though it was spring and the theater was fairly stuffy. I apologized for bumping into him, and I thought that I heard some sort of grunt or belch or whatever gross. And so I just sat there, and my God, the guy's body odor was not pleasant. I took a deep inhale of my popcorn and hoped that that would help, and by the time the movie started, it got easier to just ignore the guy. Now, Silence of the Lambs, the many lambs. Now, Silence of the Lambs starts off as a very tense movie and only gets more tense from there. Occasionally, I felt my theater neighbor's shoulder brush against mine and kind of nudge him back over to the left. I couldn't hear any snoring, but I was sure that I could feel the occasional vibration of a snore at least. And in the end, as the movie got more and more terrifying and gripping, the act of nudging the guy off my shoulder became kind of instinct. I ate my popcorn and nachos, finished my soda, and I somehow made it through the whole movie without needing to get up and use the bathroom, which was great because imagine how many people I'd have pissed off in the... Everybody's pissed. This guy's taking a piss! Fuck that guy! He's leaving the movie to go pee! Fuck him! Kim Fredericks, thanks for the 1 month. Excited about the new channel. Thank you, thank you. You guys will have to let me know how the first video treats you. Does it treat you good? I could treat you better. Which was great because imagine how many people I'd have made angry in the crowded theater. And that's why when the movie ended and I was stuck there in the middle of the center aisle, surrounded on all sides by crowds, I decided to just wait it out. I watched all the credits until the lights started to go up and it looked like I had a clear path to the right from which I could actually exit. And that's when I noticed something. The guy next to me was still there. I didn't want to just leave him there asleep, so I kind of just sucked if... What? Kind of just sucked. Kind of just fucking sucked. Kind of just started fucking sucking. Okay. That's when I noticed something. The guy next to me was still there. I didn't just want to leave him there asleep. Kind of sucked if he missed the entire movie too. Whatever. Tell the Lambs to shut up was the projected title. That'd be good. That could legit be anywhere in Western. Oh, sorry. You guys are talking to each other. Guys, you're not supposed to talk to each other. You're supposed to talk to only me. Just kidding. You can talk to each other. Lamb of God. The silence of the Lamb of God. That's when I noticed something. The guy next to me was still there. I didn't want to just leave him there asleep, and it would kind of suck if he missed the entire movie too, so I gave him on the tap of the shoulder, saying, "Hey buddy, you okay?" Now I'm sure you Let's Read listeners have worked out the twist here. As I gently nudged his shoulder, the man, or should I say his body, slumped over to the left, and his hat fell off. In the rising lights of the theater, I could see it now. This dude was dead. D-E-A-D, dead. Absolutely stone cold dead. And I don't mean he dropped dead in the last 10 minutes either. I mean, I'd clearly been sitting next to a corpse for the entire showing of this movie. And somehow, did he make a sound? Wait, whoops.
It's the animatronics. The animatronics killed him, I know this.
Absolutely. Can you ask everyone if they like black licorice ice cream? Dude, holy shit. You have just chosen the one thing that I hate and then mixed it into ice cream. Which just sounds like if ever I could decide on a flavor that I despise. I used to think like I liked mint ice cream. Or no, I used to think I disliked mint ice cream at the maximum, but now just the idea of like black licorice ice cream, it immediately trumps whatever evil could have ever come from mint. Can I ignore this comment? Sure thing. No, I'm sorry. If you like it, you like it, but I hate black licorice. Red licorice? Not bad, but I don't think I could eat ice cream with it. Also, I don't know, any sort of like, unless it's just the flavoring or whatever. What's up, Con? What does black licorice taste like? Oh, like a synthetic type of like mint. Like if they took like tar, like, I don't know, for some reason black licorice to me just seems like the first accidental candy they like found while working in a tire factory. Like whilst working in the tire factory, one of like the various like byproducts that came off of like Ford's Model T was just like some strange abstract amalgamation of short chain sugars, you know what I mean? And they just so happened to find that if they were to take out like 3 parts of the rubber, that it was somehow edible, but you had to chew really hard. Sadists are statistically more likely to like black licorice. Yeah, pretty much. Like a cigarette. Oh my god, it's a good point. Literally, it's like the cigarettes, like cigarette flavored candy. That's how you like give your baby cancer. Oddly enough, though, I feel like black licorice is like one of those strange pieces of candy that exists also at your grandparents' house after you find like an ancient, you know, piece of frozen Klondike bar in the tundra of their freezer. You just like dig through their drawer and just like find some piece of like hard black licorice from the year from like prior to like Hitler. It was like in Hitler's pocket essentially at one point. In the rising lights of the theater, I could see it now. This dude was dead. D-E-A-D. Absolutely stone cold dead. I don't mean he dropped dead in the last 10 minutes either. I mean, I'd clearly been sitting next to a corpse for the entire showing of that movie. So how did he make a... So how did he make a sound? Why was I sure that I could hear and feel him? Now, cops kind of explained this to me later, and when I first nudged him, I'd likely just caused some gas to escape his body, and during the point of decomposition, he was like 6 hours or more... Wait, what? And during the point of decomposition, he was at... Wait, did he get left there from the previous movie? Did it say he got left there from the previous movie? Candy corn is worse, yeah. Yeah, as I've gotten older, though, I don't like candy corn, but it is something that I'll put in my mouth, regardless of what's in front. Well, what's funny about candy corn is, like, same with black licorice. You can tell a fucking piece of candy is, like, old whenever it just, like, does not require a wrapper. They're just like, yeah, just fucking, we found this in, you know, next to a bunch of uranium, and it was, like, fine. You can eat it. I mean, candy corn is, like, as I've gotten older, I like the taste of, like, the salty, caramelly, like, sort of buttery vibe. But there's still something in the fact that, like, I didn't like it when I was a kid that almost makes me not trust it. You know what I mean? Like, I put one in my mouth and I'm just like, what are you doing in there? What are you doing to my tongue? It is, like, whacked. That's what's so amazing about the body, is that you can just, like, put fucking, like, hardened chemicals in you and your body's like, sweet, thanks. I'll turn this into fat like everything else. Give me 15 minutes. give me fucking an hour and you can go work out. And during the point of decomposition... And during the point of decomposition he was at, the body starts to bloat with gas, which could have caused the vibration and the occasional feeling of him moving. I never did get to find out exactly what happened to the guy. They were able to tell me enough that the cause of death wasn't suspicious, so I just kind of replied with natural causes, and the cop looks a bit weird and says that he can't really say any more. And for a while that kind of bothered me. How can you die in a non-suspicious manner but not of natural causes? And that kind of stuck with me. This old guy had gone to that theater alone, likely taken some kind of overdose, and allowed himself to just sort of drift off peacefully in his sleep. What he took, I don't know, because fatal overdoses are usually messy, painful, and ugly. But clearly he got hold of something that let him die peacefully during the previous showing of that Silence of the Lambs. It always bothered me how he wasn't... Oops. My mom ran over a raccoon while we were driving home from Costco like 2 years ago. Damn. I hope he went back and gave it a proper burial. The final thing that bothers me where the hell am I in this story? I'm like lose track so fast. The final thing that bothers me is why did he choose this? Oh, Jesus. Trucking through the night. Nice, dude. How's it going? Hopefully staying safe out there. Okay, sorry. I've been losing my track all night tonight. It's freaking stupid. Okay. It's always bothered me, too, how he wasn't discovered by... Oh, wait. Where are we at? During the... This old guy had gone to the theater alone, likely taken some kind of overdose, and allowed himself to drift off peacefully in his sleep. What he took, I don't know, because fatal overdoses are usually messy, painful, and ugly. But clearly he got hold of something that let him die peacefully during the previous showing of the Silence of the Lambs. It always bothered me how he wasn't discovered by a theater employee in between the showings. He'd possibly just been sitting there for 3 showings of that damn movie and just noticed. He'd possibly been sitting there for 3 showings of that damn movie and nobody noticed but me. I mean, it wasn't the cleanest theater, but good God, did they not even check the screens between showings? And the final thing that bothers me is, why did he choose The Silence of the Lambs as the final thing he ever saw? It's not exactly a nice movie to just sort of slip away to. Maybe it was the only movie showing that was relatively empty when he got there, which would have been that afternoon, I guess. Maybe there was something in the film he related to, or maybe he was simply haunted by his own lambs that he needed to silence. Whoa, that's heavy. It's been a very strange day. How come? Today's a weird day? What happened? That amusement part in the movie The Naked Gun when he gets sidetracked. Where the hell am I? Yeah. They left the dude in the theater so long, he started decomposing. I mean, I guess you start to decompose within, like, at least what they said there, the first 6 hours, right? Or totally doing this tomorrow. What are you doing tomorrow? I feel off my usual self. Today has been weird. Really? What are you guys sensing as a team? That's how I feel when the movie is over 90 minutes. You just start decomposing. Dude, that's how I felt at Oppenheimer, bro. That movie was like, the amount of jump cuts in that movie was like more than like just basically 3 hours of TikTok, but for some reason it still like felt like it went on and dragged on forever. Joel, I just had a heart attack? What? What the fuck happened, dude? Like during the stream? Google Docs. Outro. I think that's it, guys. We're gonna be reading the outro here if you want to think of something freaking hilarious. Did not expect Oppenheimer to have sex scenes. My Christian parents kept glazing it. Caught me off guard. Yo, Skrilla, what's up? You missed the whole scream. I don't know. Oppenheimer was just... I just felt like they had this like perspective of a character they were trying to present, but he was just all over the place. I'm going to spoil it real quick. You guys ready for spoilers of Oppenheimer? Not really. I'm just going to bitch about it. But it was like early in the movie, they had him like be this guy who like gets easily offended by people questioning his intelligence, right? So he like for some reason was going to put like poison in the teacher's apple. And then it was not the teacher teaching that day, so he removes the apple. And then at first you're just like, what the fuck is that? Like he's sadistic? But then, like, there's just like so many different versions of who Oppenheimer is in that movie, right? Like, he's this, I don't even know, like, he's like a womanizer, but it's like this weird type of womanizer where, like, he seems interested, but then he's also very solemn and, like, just everything's internalized and he's thinking. I mean, I guess that's what post-nut clarity is, right? You just sit there and like stare into the darkness and wonder to yourself how you found yourself here. But it's like I don't even know. It's just like he's like fucking some communist chick, and then he like goes and ruins some senator's marriage or whatever. But then like he has a baby with that woman, and then he just like has the baby and he like hands it to someone else. He's like, can you take this? I don't fucking want this. But he's just like not like expressive during it at all. He's just kind of like robotic and weird. But then like other times whenever he's like working on the big bomb, he's like excited. He's like, well, gentlemen, I've got my crack pipe here and I think we need to get to work. We have formed the Avengers of smart Jewish men and we will fucking make this work. Or you know what I mean? And then other times, you know, he sits there with his hands over his face and he just wonders to himself, what have I created? I never expected the Destroy Japan 3000 explodey device to destroy Japan at all. You know, it's just like, I don't know. There was just like whatever character they were trying to represent with Oppenheimer was, I don't know if it's the script writing, like obviously Cillian Murphy did good, you know, in all of the scenes and stuff, but I'm just like, maybe it is this. Maybe it's impossible to like do what do they call it, a biopic or a biopic or whatever, and like represent someone's entire life in a short period of time. But I feel like you could if you had a certain sense of what his personality was. But I really feel like it was like, what was the only thing they were going after is that like video of like, I have now become death, destroyer of worlds, or whatever. So did my cousin in his scenes, but I'm biased. Rory Keane. Wait, what are you talking about? What's the worst movie you've ever seen? Probably like Medea's Boo. I remember I was so excited for that movie because I thought it was going to be like Ernest, Scared Stupid, but like funnier and like more adult. esque, and it was just like there was like a scene in one of it where it was like they didn't leave, and I think they were trying to do what they do because they do like live shows or whatever where they do like all improvised scenes in front of an audience in like a living room or something for long periods of time, but it was just so cringe, and it was like trying to go off of like the clown thing of 2016, and it had like random big YouTubers in there, and it was just so much of it was so shitty. And then somehow I got a second movie, so I don't know. Didn't trick me that time. Just finished some visual effects on Nolan's next film. It's going to be great. You did? What? I didn't know you did that, Jonesy. Crazy, dude. Can you tell us about it? Can you ruin your NDA? And then the stream can get sued and everybody can get sued. Tell Christopher Nolan to watch Let's Read. Alright guys, think of something funny, please. After I just like went over... After I just I was mean. I've been telling you for years I'm a visual effects. No, I've only have my clips to work on. Oh. I thought you did music videos. I must have mixed you up with somebody else. I'm sorry. Oh. MK Jones. Just out of curiosity, like what you see on screen right now, that Robin made that, Robin Mikalsen, and I'll be honest with you, like he's a genius. Like he's an actual genius. He's from Norway. Like he can take any sort of 4D animation, 3D animation, 2D video editing stuff and just like make crazy, crazy shit with it in a short period of time. And I was curious if you needed, like if you perhaps need anybody to help you with anything. Because he would be like, he would jizz his fucking pants, dude. Visual effects artist here too, matte painter and compositor. Dude, that's cool. Is that like Star Wars pretty much, right? There's a bulge disc in your butt. What music does it play? You gotta press it to find out. It's not clocking to you, it's not clocking to you that I'm standing on business. What? What's up, Latina girl? Oh, man. I can pass it along to my boss. Can you send him email privately? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, if you wanted to email, or I don't know, however you want to contact me first, and then unless I can like access your email directly from your page here or something like that. Report user. I'm going to report you real quick if that's okay. Just kidding. Do I like Latinas? I like all women, honestly. I think they're all so fucking hot and beautiful and cool. And they never complain and they never annoy me, ever. But I do find them really attractive. Alright, anyways. Jonah, welcome back for 8 months. Says, hey Joel, wish me luck on Friday. I'm in a weird spot in life and need some good energy. Love the new podcast. Love the Butterscotch Cult. Good night, y'all. Thank you. Good luck, Jonah. We believe in you, bro. You're gonna get it. You're a cell painter and compositor, Christy? Interesting. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over to my email at letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories and big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, my voice is going to give you pink ear. Because I'm talking so much shit. Have you guys seen women? Like, whoa. I know, sometimes you just like, you look at them, you're like, So you are the one that makes all the babies on Earth. It's all starting to make sense now. Joel doesn't like women. I love them. I love them so much. Then I keep them, I collect them. Keep them locked in my cellar. JK. Or am I? Shit. I can't move my thing. There we go. Oh, shite. Well, friends, this was this a short stream? No, it's 4.5 hours. Shorter than last fucking time. Have you ever seen a woman just thank God for his creation? Dude, like every goddamn one of them. Just like, when I see women, I get this like weird sensation where I'm just, holy shit. And then I'm also just like simultaneously jealous because I'm like, damn, they get to be so good looking and hot. Seems fun. I get to be a fucking like ape man. Hello. I have YouTube channel. I drive reasonably gas mile car. You get in. You get in. And they say, no, I'm not getting in. And I say, listen, does this rag smell like chloroform? Today, dude I rejected years ago reached out to my friends to contact me. So creepy. Alright, well maybe that's one of the downsides of being a beautiful flower. Because that's me. Alright, guys. I love and appreciate you. Thanks for being fun. Thanks for having a good time. And, you know, life's coming quick. You gotta be ready. You gotta live it while you can. And yeah, new true crime channel. You can go follow that. It's called Saturn Soul. It's gonna be linked in all new videos and stuff in case you can't find it. Hope I socialized nicely this week. Thank you. Lots of love, Joel and chat. Peace out. Like a pickup line from my abductions. That was pretty much it. Like, would you like to be? Like, I would let them know. I let them know. Like, listen, you may not like me right now, but I have learned through many years of manipulative psychology that eventually you're gonna love your cage. It's gonna be great. See you, Jeremy. Yeah, talk soon, brother. Thank you very much. And Jonesy Visual Effects. Hopefully, I can get Robin's stuff over to you as well. He's a workhorse too. He can kick ass in a short period of time. He's better than AI. Yeah, we always talk about women's rights. What about women's wrongs? All right, guys. Love you, appreciate you. Thank you again. I will see you probably, what day is it? Wednesday going to Thursday. So new video out tonight, 9 p.m. EST. We'll get that up on Patreon. Early access, only $1 a month over there. And otherwise, I will... and there's a new Twist of History as well. Don't forget Twist of History. It's on podcast. It's still sitting in the top 50 podcasts of all fucking time, baby. Can you believe that? We're world famous, pretty much. We are pretty much more popular than Kim Jong-un. Because no one even talks about him. He's boring. He doesn't even have any bombs. Everybody's worried about Iran. So... yeah, go check that out too. And I will be back streaming this weekend, probably Sunday. Love you guys. Appreciate you. Thank you for everything you do. Passively absorbing content. You're amazing at it. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.